Okay, we're ready to go. So I'll broadcast, go to YouTube, and are you going to Facebook already? Sorry, other way around. I'm on Facebook. Are you live too, Rick?
The Kesh Foundation is proud to announce the Second Universal Council and Second Science Conferences, which will be held in Rome, March 27th through 31st, 2017. If you're interested in attending both or either conference, please go to www.keshfoundation.org and click on New Web Shop at the top of the homepage. You can attend the conferences as an audience member or participate as a science conference presenter. Presenters will be allocated 1 hour to present products and innovations in Kesh plasma technology in any of the following categories: space technology, health, materials, energy, agriculture, transportation, the environment, GANs and nanotech, and any other area that applies. Foundation distributors and manufacturers will be attending the conference, affording you the opportunity to build relationships to promote and market your products. The full package price for both conferences is €1,650 per person, which includes daily attendance to the conferences, 6 nights stay in Rome, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. The full package price for 2 persons for both conferences is €3,300, which includes daily attendance for 2 persons, 6 nights stay in Rome, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the conferences. Accommodations for this package include a twin room with a king-size bed. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. You can stay additional nights if you wish at a cost of €175 per night per person. A single ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Council Conference, which takes place on the 27th and 28th, is €750, which includes the price of admission plus 2 nights stay in Rome in a 2 single-bed room, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 29th. A two-person ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Council Conference is €1,500, which includes the price of admission plus 2 nights stay in Rome in a hotel room with a king-size bed, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 29th. A single ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Science Conference, which takes place on March 29th through March 31st, is €1,150, which includes the price of admission plus 4 nights stay in Rome in a 2 single-bed room, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 28th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. A two-person ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Science Conference is €2,300, which includes the price of admission plus 4 nights stay in Rome in a hotel room with a king-size bed, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations are based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 28th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. If you would like to attend and prefer to make your own arrangements for accommodations, the price of admission to either conference is €200 per day. We look forward to meeting you at the 2nd Universal Science and Council Conferences in Rome, March 27th through 31st, 2017. The Kesh Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Kesh Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Kesh Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Kesh Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientific agricultural practitioners of the Kesh Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Kesh Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Kesh Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process.
Welcome everyone to the 157th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute with Mr. Kesh once again as our teacher, and continue. I think sharing is not sharing. There we go.
Yes, everything, we can hear you.
Okay, good. And okay, it's February 2nd today, another Thursday for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. February 2nd, 2017, that is. And we're ready with a new month here and a new teaching for today. So we'll see what Mr. Kesh has in mind and support him as we go on through the evening here, or morning, wherever you happen to be. Mr. Kesh, go ahead.
Good morning, good day to you, whenever and wherever you listen to these teachings as usual. Today is the 157th and the beginning of the 4th year of the teaching for the public teachings. Hopefully this year will be as good as the last 2 or 3 years we have done. And this year we start in the level of the space technology, new dimensions and teachings in the space development and in energy development. As we have said all the time, we try to add into the level of the knowledge into the space development and in the structure of the developing new technology. We have seen in the past few weeks and months huge developments in, especially in medicine, agriculture, and what we call the health and energy in space. On one hand, we've been asked a lot of questions, and we have to answer these questions in respect to how we have entered and why we mixed the situation, what's called the facts about Dirk, with our teaching. This will touch all of us. This is the reason we put this out, and I've been made threats against that. They are sending the documents to the prosecutors and to the 2 countries, and we welcome it. We waited. We want you to bring it to the prosecutors. We have enough evidence to show that people who say they're sending things to prosecutors, they've been sending emails, threatening emails to us under different names for past 5 or 6 years. Now they've thought we forgot. We have shut off every Facebook you have put on. Will be produced to prosecutors that by the law you have been harassing, threatening, and everything else. And now that you're exposed, you take refuge with the prosecutors, which they prosecute you. On the other hand, we needed this to be done because in Belgium, the prosecutor covered everything in the favor of the DL and what we call the abusers. Now outside, with this move, if you've been strong enough to do it and send the key to the prosecutor, all have to be addressed to the Keshe Foundation in Barletta. Prosecutor has to address us there, that's our registered address. In this case, we explain to you why. We have seen in the past 7 days an entry on my name, Facts About the Keshe Foundation, where the L writes very simply about a person, Mr. Jean-Pierre. And he says he is a scammer and the rest. This gentleman was a high level, broke into the world of finance, and then he was very successful till in 1990s, he broke into the pedophile groups in Belgium. And he exposed, and he wrote a book about how he had broken into the pedophile group. And you see in the writing at the end, it says, this explains why I also support, the foundation to open up the scams. And he was involved in it. So we exposed this. Mr. Van Rossum exposed the pedophile groups in Belgium and how it connected at a high level. And so we see again a pedophile is connected. We let him to open his hand. What is interesting, he was convicted in 1992-94, and strange enough, he was sentenced because he opened the pedophile. This was an excuse. His book, all these have been collected, the data and everything else. And so if the man knew from 1994, this gentleman is a scammer and whatever, we have found more that in 2012, there is a website called Rossum, which is Belong Jean-Pierre, the political party which he set up. And if you go about facts about Turk, you read on the top right at the bottom, the website. You see a criminal name, as he says, with the name of BL next to him at the headline at top of the website. Very strange. You knew for 15 years the guy is a scammer, he's a criminal. Now that we have exposed you, he's a criminal. Because the only reason we see this connection, he wanted to know if Jean-Pierre is back into chasing the pedophiles and if he could destroy his party. And that's what he did. Nothing to do with the scam. Now you see a connection again with the pedophilia. And we said in teachings before, Jean-Pierre was given a video of abuse of a child live, and it's in detail, he's written about it. DL wanted to know if he recognizes him as abuser. That's why in 2012, 20 years later, he went as part of his group, pedophiles, to check how much he knows, if he's extended it, that they can destroy him. And the rest is obvious. If you know somebody well-known high politician and you've been in the high politic which has been imprisoned, why do you associate yourself and put your name on top of the website? Please go to Keshe Foundation and see how we've been insulted and assaulted by this person. But there is one thing very interesting when you look at the website. He's a web designer, he's a webmaster, he is the logo developer, he is a public relation communicator and everything else. Notice the similarity, webmaster at Keshe Foundation. Access to children. He always positions himself in webmaster position, and he goes with the criminals to set up a political party to defraud the nation. You know, if you set up a political party to become a member of the local government or national government, and you know the gentleman is already imprisoned for a scam which was not valid because he broke into pedophile gang, you don't become his webmaster. unless you wanted to find out if he still remembers who abused the child in the video and how much he knows that he could destroy him, and that's exactly what he did, insulting and assaulting him. Just go and look at the website. It's the shot of the website. You see Jean-Pierre, person next to it, the vice president of the new party, and then DL's name. Now you understand, they don't tell you the whole truth. He wasn't a scammer. Jean-Pierre found out about the pedophile groups and he had to be stopped because the face of the abuser was there. Please take us to prosecutors. We have so much information that connects everything together. I would like to ask you, DL, one thing. Can you write in your next blog for me, about the Russian lady which burned in a house, in a mansion in Antwerp, in the house of the man who owned 15 helicopters, and you and your associates wanted the helicopters to traffic children, and he didn't give it to you. You burned his house and you killed a child in it, a woman in it. If you are Belgium, please go to Mechelen Gazette, Antwerp Gazette, 2009, 2010, 2011, and find this. And please post it out. Then we show you how the murder is at, because DL was so making sure that I understand the thread that he was showing it to me, this magazine or this newspaper. Every day we were writing a book that, look what happened next. And then you find, you go to the police, a man associated with this fire and everything else is a close associate of DL. Again, a pedophile convicted in Thailand for abuse of 2 children. DL provided the face value of the extradition from Thailand. So now you see, wherever DL connects, sits the webmaster to have access. Now, all we are trying to show is a pattern. The authorities, because we show the pattern, we got Alan studying. We're just trying to establish a pattern, and you can see he's connected wherever there is a pedophilia or people who break into it, he has to stop. Jean-Pierre party was one of them, because once he would have got in party, he would have opened up the Pandora of the pedophiles again, and they had to be stopped by the top man. That's why he became the webmaster. Access to everything that he could block. Interesting enough, if you are Dutch, we told you about the scientist was killed prior to compression the night before with a heart attack. Heart attack comes from massive poisoning. This is known. Interesting enough, the gentleman in the fire in Antwerp with a compression and DL all appear in the same program, studying compression technology immediately after the death of the scientist. What we want the prosecutors to do, to open the file of the death of the scientist in Holland who developed the first compression. And then all the people subsequently came out with it and somehow have connected to other pedophile groups and murders. We need to do that outside, which Austria is the best place for us. We'll support it. Italian police is with us. You've done us a favor. We were waiting for somebody to start a prosecution through a prosecutor. That the way we deliver data to FBI and CIA, and that ends up with us, what we call the guy in America. Then we show how they are connected to American connection. Thank you very much for filing with the prosecutor. This gives us a chance to release the information we have on how DL is connected to the murders of the scientist, and then he patents that finding. A man, as he said, by the other link which we put last week, he is a suddenly out of nowhere compression specialist. But strange enough, the man who was connected to the murder in Antwerp was another guy selling compression technology about the same time, in 2000, 2001. And strange enough, they're both best friends with each other. They spend a lot of time with each other's home. I've sat many days outside, them being upstairs, I could not go to the room. They're planning my next murder. Now you understand how we let them do, we just guide them. So we ask you, please, when you write the next article, write about the fire in Antwerp. where the Russian girl was killed. And we asked the police in Mahram to open and connect the murders with other murders. Thank you very much for the work you're doing for us, DL. Write more. You're walking yourself into your own trap. And now, those who got fooled by him that he's everything, now you understand, he writes, I'm a pathological liar. He has to lie. He never told you that Mr. Rossum has written a book and he broke into the pedophile groups, which at that time, DL was a main key person. You don't go to bed with somebody you know so nationally. He is a scammer, a criminal. He broke code of the world banking and monitoring, and he made a lot of money out of it. But when he found out about the pedophile, they destroyed him. I'll give you a name of another person in Belgium who they destroyed him. Peter. Peter broke into the abuse of immunization, injections. People in Belgium, they know who I'm talking about. Who guess was close to him immediately? The Yale. He destroyed him. They even took him to call him he's insane because he was proving that 3 injection immunization is dangerous. Very, very interesting. Extremely interesting. Wherever it comes character assassination, the Yale appears. This time we are an international organization. This time we see he hasn't told you about Mr. Van Rossum, because going to the archives of Belgium history, past 10 years, 15 years, it tells you he broke into the pedophile gangs. In part of my teachings a few months ago, I referred to it. Now we have all the details of it. The security forces are very interested because now we can connect murders, we can connect scientific murders, we can see character assassination, and we see everything else. Please write more. We are watching it very closely. You walked into it because we wanted you to call Van Rossum a scammer, but not to tell that you're the head of the party he set up 20 years later. You're not a child. You're a calculator murderer. Character murdering and everything else. Now you understand why we have taken position with Italian police and with other police forces, Carabinieri, to bring this matter to end, because the murderers of Fabio is connected to the same. The attempted murder of me in Italy is connected to the same. We have enough, and the police and prosecutors in Bari are waiting for all this information to come in. We are collaborating very closely. We needed you to start with all the emails we received over the past 5 or 10 years, threatening to kill, endangering children and everything else. You're quite welcome. Austrian prosecutor will be very interested. Very, very interested how you use false names to make threats. We do not accuse. We leave it. The man writes, he's a scammer, he was imprisoned, and exactly 20 years later, he helps a scammer, a guy, to set up a political party to scam children again from, this time, Belgium. Now you understand. You're dealing with a pathological liar. That's his term, because he is, and he writes about it. So please, if you're Belgium, look into, we ask you again, for a fire which happened in round Mahlet. The owner was a helicopter owner, 15 helicopters which they were trying to get their hands on for child trafficking. And then he would not relent. They stole everything from him and they killed the girl to pressurize him. It's in your news, we are not making it up. And then you ask the police in Belgium to open the people who were accused and interviewed. You will see a name. Then we give you the name of the person setting compression, close friend of the DL, is the same in Holland. We ask the authorities in Holland to open the case of the murder. It's not the death, the murder of the first compression scientist, one of the most intelligent men in the world. And then out of nowhere, happily cubed becomes happily rich with murder. You have to understand the fee was 100 million euro or dollars. Please, we ask for the Keshe Foundation supporters in Belgium to find this data because we want you to bring it. And we ask our supporters in Holland, look into death of the scientist who actually developed the first compression, and the night before his science, he died of a heart failure. And strange enough, the two people who submitted the compression patterns and negotiations, one is DL and one is the other one. They appear again, now working as a team to trying to defraud the rest. The Article 107 of the Austrian Criminal Code, you have already broken. We have the emails. We would like the officers to look at it. How you can send cyber threats to the others. What you need to know, very important, if you're looking into the Dutch criminal, what we call death of the scientist, you have to look for a specific name. This scientist is the first man who broke the compression technology. And he would have made billions. You will see the name of one of the major corporations in the world as people who were negotiating. And you see them appearing for the second time in another negotiation with a close friend of DL. The name of the scientist in Holland, we're trying to get the investigators in Holland to open the case, is very, very simple. He is a very well-known scientist in the compression, and he has been, and his material was stolen from him. He was killed, and then the material is stolen out of nowhere. People who have no clue about compression became compression pattern writers, and as we saw, the Fosse said, you are compressions one day, the other thing another, webmaster of the organization the day after, and this goes on. So we are very, very glad. We would like to open second or third investigation across Europe for other scientists who've been killed, or business people who've been pressurized and killed, or received threat from this group. It is important for us. We stand, even if I get murdered, they've tried it many times. You as Keshe Foundation supporters have to stop this. First, the pedophile groups, and secondly, the group which are murdering scientists and rich people around Europe to access their wealth for their use or the position of theirs. We are not making accusations. Please go on the internet, find the burned house, and then post it. We look everywhere. That we want us as a team to start understanding what is going on. How one guy pretend to be angel is a devil in disguise, killing and everything else which goes with it. We have no problem. We are prepared to deliver. When we work and we go in with FBI, whatever we submit will go with the support of what we have delivered. We have all the telephone numbers, and we are entitled to release the telephone numbers and addresses on my website because I'm the one who's attacked. We are not making accusation. You open the case with prosecutors. We open the case across Europe with prosecutors and the people who've been killed by the people you support and you work with. We have Facebook pages of you which harasses me, my family, my foundation, and I have every right to protect my foundation. All the emails on the fancy names threatening me and my family, all been downloaded. All will go to the prosecutor. Thank you very much for your job. You've done us a great favor, and I have no problem in releasing more information on my website. If the security people release more data, it will be on their side. And I know the name, the connections, everything else have been all added, put together. The name of the scientist, the first man ever broke into compression, is Jan, Jan, the slot, SLOOTIS, or SLOOT. If you're a Dutch supporter, search for his name. The night before releasing, he found it. Strange enough, two people submit patents and negotiate for compression technology. DL is one of them. And the other guy in the other negotiation is the other guy who's connected to the firing Antwerp. Peter Fire record in Far East, playing angels in Europe. A number of scientists have been killed by this man. We release more names. Peter thought he has a friend, somebody he could trust, and DL abused it to destroy him, pass information. Those of you who were in the presentation of the 3rd of December, where we showed for the first time Iranian reactors, space reactors, in Peter's headquarters in Ghent. If you remember, if you were there, you can write about it. We knew we have a betrayer in the house, but he didn't know we know. The auditorium with 130-40 was sold out fully. There were rows of people standing against the wall. Peter can tell you, and the other people from the Keshe Foundation who were present. In the morning of that meeting, I asked for a couple of 100 black bags to be bought, and we took it to the meeting with us. At the reception, whoever came in were given one black bag. And we asked them, once they sat down, once they entered, they registered, that anything electronic they have, camera, telephone, whatever, has to go in the black bag in front of them. Otherwise, they have to leave the room. Everyone agreed immediately, because they knew. We didn't tell them what we're going to do, but there were suitcases on the table. People like Svan and the others in Belgium can tell you, because they were there. The only person who refused was DL. He created a mayhem because he could not show there were some more secrets coming out from the Iranian research that he could not send to his paymasters to do. Now we knew how we were infiltrated from that. The only person refused to leave the room and refused to put his telephone with a camera in the bag. I said to Peter, now you see we have a spy inside the house. We always knew, but we could not get rid of him, because every time they planned the next murder. If you are a Belgium listener, come on the board, come, we let you to speak and explain what happened that day if you remember. We don't tell lies. The pathological liars are sitting around us. We are well aware. We thank you for opening the case in Italy, because now we can start the prosecution. And we thank you in Austria, but please make sure all communication has to go to Bandletter headquarters. We pass every file directly to the carabinier, because you have sent a lot of rubbish to them and they wanted to get you. Now you open the door. We are waiting for your USB stick. You're a monkey, you have to follow what we did, and you thought, we have all your communications threatening, you're sending it 5 o'clock. Past 2 days ago, we are waiting. Keshe Foundation supporters in Austria, get in touch with the prosecutor. We want to know which prosecutor is taking such a case. It should be near his house. And he has filed in a lot of false threats that he's been threatened because he could build up the case. Now you understand, I protect the Keshe Foundation, members of the Keshe Foundation, and we spend a lot of time and a lot of money to protect you and us. Now you see how we walked them into the confession. The guy was a scammer, but he doesn't tell you the guy was investigating Peter files, which he was present when the child was abused. He wanted to know how much more he knows that they could silence the party. And when he knew he cannot get anything, and he was sitting as a webmaster, because those who sent things to the webmaster, he deleted it or took off that. Van Rossum could not see. He was happy now to attack, to destroy the party. The same as the Keshe Foundation, the same as the Fossé, the same as other scientists we have seen. Now, the whole thing is setting pattern that the security forces start looking how many other scientists have been murdered. We know of 3. We gave you then the first name. Please open a case with the prosecutor in Holland. The company Philips International is innocent. You will see their name in it. Royal Dutch company. The directors entered into negotiation as one of the leading corporations in software technology, in their television and computer programs, to purchase the data, the program. You come across Philips International, or what is called Dutch. These are people innocent, but you see them being pulled in the second round of negotiation after the murder. We have got all the negotiations, everything is downloaded in the hand of the securities. I have to tell you, Interpol and the Carabinieri have been in possession of all this data for past 8 months roughly. As you saw, we said before, with the case of Sterling, if FBI told us we go after him, it'll be months and years to prove, and we'll get nowhere. But if he walks in, we got him and we set it up. And he walked in. And now you see both the guys in Austria and in what you call facts about cash have walked into their own. They started a procedure, now we get them. But this time we have to do it as a family, because it's you who received the threats, it's you who lost the computers. Sherry's Facebook is full of attacks on Keshe Foundation. It's known as stalking, it's known as making threats, and it's a criminal offense. I did not make them, you opened it, now we give it. And on the other hand, all the evidence from Belgian police has been blacked out because they realized it's nothing but fabrication to support DL. We welcome sincere, correct police officers from Belgian police to open the file, but not the ones you communicate with, because they're already under investigation by European Court of Justice. This file completes more, and we thank you for filing with the Austrian prosecutor and the prosecutor in Bari, as you said. We hope we'll see the documents, because we are ready to catch. We release more names, we release all the communications, we release everything we like on our website. But if the security people decide to release things on their side, it's their decision. And now you've seen today. We come to unite, and as part of the world organization, we have to support humanity from the hand of these criminals who tend and pretend. No one has ever been so open to ask his, what we call pretended enemy, to write about him. DL, write about the fire in Antwerp. We got you. Release it on your next blog. Put the fire, the house burned, and who was interviewed by the police about it. But be not a pathetical liar, but a correct man as you claim to be. And then we post who's been negotiating at the same time as you in 2001, 2002 for compression. And then I tell you how you plan to kill me in South Korea, and you plan to kill me in China with the same man you sent me to China with. None of you knew. The same man who's involved in the death of the fire in Antwerp, connected to the death of the scientist in Holland, with the recommendation and introduction and a push at that time in 2007, 2008 by DL. He was sent with me to see if I give any information to the Chinese they don't have, I'll be killed. So I know the person. And he came into my room in China and he said to me, there is a gun they're going to kill me. It means there's a gun, I'm going to kill you if you don't give the information to me. And I was passive. I wasn't interested to give anything to Chinese, because he was trying to tell Chinese I work for him and he is my master. And I was already told by the Chinese government that he's trying to sell your technology to us as he owns you. Now you see how much we know. We want the prosecution to start. We delivered the tickets, we delivered the communication with the Chinese and the Koreans to show how the same murder of me in China and Korea and 3 times in Belgium was set up by DL. Write about it, Mr. DL. We got you. You rot in hell, killing scientists, depriving children of their father, and you think you're an angel. Now all of you know why he's been writing so heavy, because they've been monitoring on our servers, on our server, how much information we collected and how close we are to get them. We were waiting for this key to go to prosecution, because now they started it. Now we release. But you have to know, we don't make accusation, because these details are already, when I was poisoned and the second attempt to kill me in Valletta, and then they killed Fabio, was given to the Carabinieri. They have brought all the communication to Vatican, to Carabinieri together. The file is complete. We were waiting for you to walk in it. We got you. Please, DL, pathetical liars don't lie, but they live it. Write down about the fire and tell who is being connected. If you're a Belgian, write down, Russian girl was found dead in a fire near Antwerp, Mechelen. A man who owns a helicopter renting company, it was his house, the girl. They were pushing him to get his helicopters to be able to traffic children very easily. And he would not relent. So they tried to pressurize him. Now you understand how a man is connected through the same criminals. You think we made accusation? I traveled with a murderer. When I found out these things from the securities about a year ago, I thought I must have been very lucky he stayed alive, traveling with a murderer with me. He was there the minute if I give the information to the Chinese to put a bullet through my head. That's why he walked in my room and he said, they tried to kill me, there is a gun here to kill. It means we're going to kill you. Good morning, DL. Walk into the police station, hand yourself over in Austria, not in Belgium. They kill you in Belgium. Your masters would not let you breathe. That's why we see on the picture of the security released, if you go, you see the picture of the King of Belgium standing in front of me with a queen. Me sitting down in a cafe, DL knowing where I am, the king delivering his threat as usual, because he knew we are too close to a lot of things and they wanted the technology. Now you understand, we don't make accusation. Please, DL, write very heavy. We are counting on your writing, because every time you write, you're sinking it deeper to your neck. Your Belgians, come online, we give you the platform now. If you were in the meeting of the Ghent, where we asked you to put everything in a black bag, and you saw DL walking out, he wouldn't hand over his things. Let people know the truth. Now you understand. You're quite welcome. We know the murderer. We ate with him for 2 weeks in China. And he spends 8 out of 12 in the house with DL. Forever there together, planning the next murder. He's already been interviewed for a murder. But the big boys clean him up. But this time cannot be cleaned up. If I get killed or whatever, please carry on to stop these mess. And now you understand why DL was writing so heavily in past months. Because in the monitoring, they found out, we have found the truth. That how they're involved in killing scientists, how they're involved in writing patterns, and now we start releasing bit by bit. And now the guy called a scammer, they don't tell you that he broke into the pedophile groups and saw DL literally abusing a child. A lot of his supporters keep on writing to him, why don't you sue Kesh? Get him to... He knows that everything is true. So we bring you down. Secondly, you already work with your people to trying to do everything silence. Now you understand. We are not hiding a document. We ask you to write, because when you write, like what you've done, he's a scammer in 1992, but in 1992-93, the same man broke into the circle of pedophiles. He was given a video of child abuse and everything else. And DL wants to know if you saw his face while he was abusing the child. Now you understand why he became a webmaster. Why everywhere he positions himself to be a webmaster. Those of you who go on the facts about Mehran Tabakkuri Kesh and victims of Mehran Tabakkuri Kesh, your details are kept by this gentleman. Watch your children and your computers, how they break in, how they hack, and how they make threat. Good morning, DL. Write about the fire. And write about who was interviewed. We do the rest. We just need you to walk into it. You already walked into it. And I tell you, the same man sells compression to Philips after death of the scientist. The partner buys a patent with the Fosse, banking in the Belgium patent office the morning before the Fosse does, and you've seen the communication which we have released. And then comes to Mehran Tabakkuri Kesh. The same pattern. Blow the car up, high speed chase. Police arrest 2 people in Antwerp city center on a very much what you see in a Western style arrests, barricading the streets to get 2 armed people. They threw the gun out. And strange enough, they disappeared. Strange enough, they disappeared. Now, you understand. This is our job. It's the biggest pedophile murdering scientist group which DL heads. Now you see he opened his hand. Tells you, I'm there to show the scammers, but he doesn't tell you, well, Rassam, open the file of the pedophiles. If you know a guy has been in prison, a criminal, why do you 28 years later, you... On the other hand, we go back to the teaching. It is important for all of us to understand further deeper knowledge in understanding of the technology. Can you share a screen, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Kish.
Thank you very much, Rick. Governments have started looking in the application of the technology in a very big way. And today I have asked, just before the teaching, for the top groups of the Keshe Foundation to meet next Friday, maybe the following Friday, that will make an important international announcement for and in respect to the Keshe Foundation worldwide. It is important for us to understand where the technology is going and how we are developing it further. We have seen a number of designs, a number of systems being shown to us by John from Keshe Foundation in Arizona. In Arizona, I have to go back on this and redo it because it has started to clean up itself. Okay. What we have done is very simple. What we would like you to do is the following. Go back in the teaching what we did and what we have seen physically with Arizona. In Arizona, we look at the top view. We have, why does this happen? Can somebody tell me? Or do I go out and come back in again? I'll stop sharing.
Sometimes, Mr. Kish, maybe your hand or your coattail or your sleeve might wipe on the board.
No. The only thing can touch the board is the hair on my hand because I'm a man. Otherwise, there's nothing else, and that doesn't touch. Okay. I'm not long hair yet. Old man, short hair. Okay, so we try it again. We go back to the beginning. When it's not going. Let's just unlock and come back again. Let's do this one. I'm going to come off it and go back in. I learned that from Stanley. So what we see and what we can do is stop sharing altogether. This is important because this is the next step into the flight condition, which we are trying to bring in a very practical way. What we see, no, it's totally out of line, this thing. There's something wrong.
You would like to bring up the whiteboard, right?
Yeah, but my pen runs. You see the lines, I don't want these lines. Somehow the lines come in out of nowhere.
Maybe reselect the tool.
Yeah, it's part of the tool which is coming operational out of nowhere on its own. Okay, let's try this and then we'll see where we're going to go. What we have is what we see in Arizona. We see a combination of 6 reactors. Then we see a combination. You see these jumps, there is something wrong. Then we see a combination of further 6 reactors, 12 outside in a specific condition, which they sit somewhere. There is a wrong something. We never had that problem. Let me.
Is there batteries in the pen? Maybe their batteries are low?
Yeah, I thought of that, but it doesn't show that. It doesn't show. Let's see where we're going to go with this, because this is important.
Remember, do you have any buttons on the pen?
Yeah, I pressed the buttons.
Because maybe this button has the function to change the tool, and this is why it's happening.
Yeah, I'm pressing it back and forth. It doesn't do.
Actually, whenever this happens, if you go back to this toolbar with the icons and you select the right pen again, it should stop. But the question is what triggers that?
Yeah, but you are the geniuses in this. I'm just a layman.
Yeah, we should take a look together.
Yeah. Okay.
Try always to use undo to see if you can get to the point that this disables.
Okay. Yeah. We'll try again. So what we have is the 6 reactors inside. If John is on the board online, we can look at his design in real life. And we have 12 reactors outside. Let's say the lines we see is the linkage between the fields. And then what John has done, has placed 1 reactor on top here, and he has placed 3 base reactors on the bottom. What we see, this situation, John, are you online that you can give us a picture of the Arizona setup? Do you see John in the background? Armin, are you on the line? You can share the screen with us. Is Armin there? It's too late for them. So
Armin,
what we...
Armin might be here. Armin is on the panelist list here, but
yeah, well, he falls asleep.
He's here.
Hi, Armin.
Yes.
Armin, can you share with us a picture of the setup in Arizona, please?
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay. We're going to talk about what we talked a couple of days ago, what you're working on, yeah? Let's more people work on it in that direction. Do you want me to stop sharing?
No, you go ahead. When I find, I'll open
We just need a snapshot of the setup.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much. So what we see is we have 12 maggrav systems on either side, and we have 6 maggrav systems internally. And then we have a star formation. So what we have is this formation. This is getting beyond control. What we have is a platform of number of reactors sitting in rows in two setup. The other one is the 6, the inner core, the pink ones are outer core. And then we have the star formation reactors. As we said, the center line is to give tangibility to the field force. But what we see in Arizona is not, it's a test trial, it's a test bed. We see in the field. But in reality, any of these fields cannot keep constant field flow. We need to make this plate dynamic. When you look at reports or people show you a close-up of what you call unidentified flying objects, what you see on the disk is like this. Usually you see it like this, which is a star formation. But what you observe is lights on this line which rotate. These lights you see are these reactors. In some flight system, you have as many as 360 reactors on the edge. For solid confinement, full control. So now what is the next step in the development with Arizona is not to have the core. We establish with the MAGRAP system, with a 4-core combination, the extent of the field. Now, once we make the disk on a rotation, then we create a solid confined shape we need and a flight system. But the problem is with this, that the size will be determined. What we plan to do here in Accra is to build platform outside with the position of the reactors dynamic, where we can control the circulation, that we create the body. The fuel for these reactors has to change. Somebody's phone is open, the microphone. The fuel for these reactors have to change. I spoke about this in a private teaching. I went in and I wanted to speak, and coincidentally on Tuesday they were talking about the mixture of the fuels.
I have it now.
Okay, please, Amajan, I stop sharing and you come in.
Okay.
Make sure you show you got a picture on before you share.
Okay. That's what I'm doing.
I wish John was online. He could show us, and then we could physically show the position and dynamism. Okay, what you see here, can I come? Can you close this? I'm gonna do, no, I need to go. Okay, can you take this off, please? Who's putting this in? Why do we see Mark's communication on? Oh, Marek, he's still alive.
He wrote today his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Marek. Wish you all the best. What you see here is this. You have a, let me choose a thicker line. you have this circle here. Then you have the inner circle here. You have the 4 reactors placed. We see one of them here. There is another one here, and there is one somewhere there. The star formation. These 12 cores are the most important one. The 6 inside are not necessarily needed, because now that this reactor creates the fields, what happens? As the field, we go following this way. As the fields come, now they used to go up this way. Now with removing this section, with removing the reactors, the 6 reactors, what we'll do is the field will find a new flow pattern, which is more or less like this. They come, they go on the boundary, they come up, and they go there. They come this way, they go up. They come through here and they go up. And if you look, you see the shape of present UFOs you see. But these fields now are static, cannot be found. There is always a weakness somewhere where the field will be interfered with. Now what we do is make this line dynamic. The distribution of the fields will be constant. The distribution of the change of the fields will be there. And you're welcome to see your first UFO. We had to go through these steps that we have measurements, we understand. Now these 3 reactors in the base replace the 6 in the middle, because now they do it. If you look, this is the equator line. But because of the 1 single up and 3 down, compresses into a dish, which makes it faster to travel in deep space with a better protection. Amanjan, can you show what you are working on, please, if you don't mind?
I am already in my room, Mr. Keshe. So.
Okay, we can show it next time. Okay. So the first miniature reactors, flying sources, what you call it, setup, will be shown by Arman in the coming weeks. He's working on it. And you will see how we had to understand everything step by step. Now we are there. We worked on the star formation. We saw the platforms hanging and rotating in what you call in the Sasano. If you go back to 129, this will be your 129. But the field absorption of the gravitational field of these cores on the edge will bring it down. The weaker will feed it, and we expect anything around about 250 to 500 Tesla. The split amongst the 3, and then split amongst the 12. Now you understand how the stronger at the bottom, 3 of them, will feed the weaker line in between and the weaker top. The same process, what we saw in the Sensano. We had the 129 line here. We have an intermediary and the weakest. Trying to feed the weak, bringing back For the first time, Keshe Foundation announces the development completion of the spaceship technology. Now the race is on you, supporters, NASA, Iranian Space Agency, because they're working on other directions, and on this establishment of field forces. But what is going to happen if you follow the 6 lines in the middle, the 6 reactors? You can change these reactors slightly. What you're going to achieve in your craft is extremely simple. Compartment. Where you place and how you place other reactors in respect to each other will give you rooms, it gives you floors, and everything else. Now we understand the true shape of the space technology. We will show this in Accra in the coming weeks. We don't need to build huge structures. We just need to make very much like a mono railway stands where we can just put cores one by one in the track. Let me explain to you what you got to do. Those of you, especially NASA guys who are in the background, Mr. Nelson, ask your team to watch very closely. You will learn a lot. What you need to know. Can I have a white paper? Can you stop sharing, Armanjan? What you will see is very simple. You need to get yourself very much like a railway track. You know, the ones you get for the children. And start placing your maglev cores, which is attached to the railway. Try to make it as frictionless as possible. First view, you don't see. You add enough cores, double core loaded, that when you place one, you see they start moving. Then you see your field interactions. You can make this 20 centimeter diameter. You can make 20 meter diameter. You can make it 200 meter diameter. So now with this railway track, this is again, I have to tell you, is a beginning. So now you establish a full, just 1 second please. It's not loaded yet. It is now, okay, thank you very much. So what do you get? You start seeing, you remember when we start teaching those ring magnets, when we put the ring magnets, when we placed one, the others moved to accommodate each other. Now you see it here. When you start seeing your maglev systems in putting down, they start positioning themselves, then you see you have reached the unified field. And if you add enough in the right direction, they will start rolling on the track. There is no need for motors. Your core has to be a double core. Minimum. You can create a triple core. It costs, I don't know how much you buy a railway track. Make sure it's connected, that they don't fly. Somehow lock it underneath, or make a track that it can hold both sides, but lubricant. Arman has a beautiful system he's found in State. Now you start adding ball by ball, fixed that they can rotate but free. You'll find the cores like a magnet will start positioning. You start seeing the rolling of the balls. You've seen this in CO2 boxes. Go back to the teaching 2 years ago when people were start positioning videos, where on the side of the box we could see the gases float and circulate at a high speed. You achieve this. Now, what you need to do when you achieve this, nobody has taught the space technology so openly, and I hope mankind find peace with this. You place your reactor up, 2 reactors down, third one, and then all you need to do is to load these and rotate only one of them, more or less, that the field flow starts, and then you have your UFO. Don't tell me why I didn't teach you from the beginning, because you had to test it, you have to experiment it, you have to see it. This is a plasma field interaction. My dearest friend in the Iranian Space Agency, in the spaceship program and the Iranian government, you are ready for this because you've done most of the work on the other side with single cores. What you understand with this is you don't need any construction material. In a further time, when your knowledge becomes more and the teaching goes into the deeper space, you will not even need the track. You will create cores with a specific dimension that when you put them next to each other, they will hang on a circle. This is how it's done for the real UFO. But at the time, we have to learn more. Having John in Arizona is a gift. He's shown you a lot of things. He's done a lot of tests. A static test cannot stop, because the interaction will bring more. There is no need for power generator if you can force the condition of the motion through interaction of the field. We don't see any motors, we don't see any generators anywhere in the universe. If and when you understood and you achieve this, this is a race for a space. From now on, work as a team, work as whatever you like. We have opened the door for a race to space through a spaceship program. There are a few things I have to teach you more, but in time you will learn. You have seen the effect of 129. You know it can be diverted, and then you've seen it. As it comes, getting to the weaker, becoming stronger, tries to feed the weak, absorbed by the others, solidification. One of your biggest problems is fueling. What fuel combination do we use? Why? How much acidic, how much alkaline? Change the name. How much gravitational, how much magnetical? The ratio of the gravitational magnetical will decide in each core if you fly up or you fly down, or you create additional shield for protection. What is your fuel? How do you fuel yourself? Can you find copper in the space? Can you find zinc in the space? What about CH3 alkalineness? What about the other side, acidicness? All you need to do is to create the motion of the fields, is to have a dimension of the fields which is in the universe, can adapt to any position of arrival. Which means when you are in on the Earth atmospheric condition, the hydrogen will allow you to take the shape of the field forces on this planet and the distribution from the top reactor becomes to be in parallel and in balance with the environment, so allows you to work within the field strength of the Earth. That's why you put the weakest reactor on the top according to the mass ratio. Please understand, when you're loading your reactors for a space level, mass ratio in all your cores is sacrosanct. Cannot be changed, has to be understood. The mass ratio in the 3 base has to be very high. The mass ratio on the equator line of the reactors has to be medium. The mass ratio on the top has to be very low, that you continuously create a funnel of field flow of the magnetic gravitational field. If you look, those of you who are working on the different parts, you understand this. If you look at it, a Y circuit is for enhancement of the voltage. Center is your top reactor. On the end is your 3 bottom reactors. If you get a Y connection of capacitors, coils, and position the center up with the feed going down to come out, you already see star formation. Now you understand the connection. You create the potential difference, and weaker trying to feed them to be fed by the stronger creates a circulation. It creates a potential difference. In electrical current systems, we call it a Y connection. And then what you need is another connection, which is a delta connection, which is creation of the current. And if you haven't noticed up to now, you already have the Y connection, the delta together. The base 3 cores gives you the delta connection, which creates a current flow. The third one on the top, in conjunction with the 3 at the bottom, creates your potential difference. You have what has been your dream, to have a combination delta Y connection where you have your everything you want in it. I gave this design to our team in Philippines a year ago, 1.5 years ago, but they could not see it. I hope you see it. I know you're listening. The Y connection is the 3 base. At the same time, adding the 4th, you create your delta Y in every phase in interaction. And now you have a potential difference breaker, which is your 12 lines or your equator line, and you achieve immediate creation of the flight system. Total cost, less than a couple of $1,000s. If you are good how to interact with the ping pong balls, a couple of $100s will make you the first UFO. But the problem you have, you have to understand, this is what I was explaining to Arman past couple of days. Now, your core is very small, you're going to be inside it. How are you going to get inside it? Or you create a core condition, you sit on top of it, like Earth, as we do in the atmosphere it creates. The riddle of the space technology development of what we call a spaceship is nearly complete. And it goes back again. What about the fuel? What about the fuel? The masters of the technology have already been explained. This is the combination of all the teachings. This is the understanding of every aspect of the teachings that you can go ahead. What material allows you solidification in most of the conditions in the universe? Is crystallization. One of the best crystals we know in the universe is carbon. So now you've got your basic material. On the other hand, you need to have hydrogen, which is weak enough, but allows the creation of the flow that does not allow where you want it or where you don't want it, configuration of the solid state matter. So for a time being, if you can produce plasma gans of hydrogen, which you are a few months away from it, because I haven't seen anybody breaking through this gap. You can create the condition inside, you can play with the combination gans. Go back to the teaching, go back to the essence of the teaching where we started. In all the teaching, we always explained. That's where I went into the teaching on Tuesday, and they just happened to be there when I was teaching 2-3 years ago in the Sasana. In Trani. The whole spectrum of the teaching is very simple. And that is, you have created in the past 4 or 5 years, 3-4 years, the gans of CH3. In most of your development, you looked at CH3 as a acidic, and you brought alkaline CO2, copper oxide to it. What about the carbon, which is common denominator? Oxygen doesn't need to be anywhere else. Carbon gives you solidity. Hydrogen gives you flow. You need a gans, which is carbon hydrogen base, that can give you crystallization and energy transfer flow. You got 2 choices. Create hydrogen gans in one place and then create carbon gans in the other, and load up your reactor accordingly by mass ratio. I keep on repeating, by mass ratio. How do you create carbon, hydrogen? How do you create gans of it? At the moment in Accra, we have managed to create maybe 2-3 liters of it. Is enough to launch the first space technology, space material. How do you know you have a GANS? A simple test for me for years has been, when you touch nanomaterial like carbon, when you rub it between your hand, you see blackness like a charcoal. When it's a GANS, it doesn't stick. You cannot create charcoal. The glove does not go black. To feel a technology, you have to make it, to be able to touch it, to be able to feel it, and this is one of the tests. Put a couple of gloves on, and if you manage to make the GANS of carbon, you will see some blackness on your gloves, but the rest do not come. They slide like a fish, because they have to position themselves. This is what you need. The blackness comes from nano state of the graphite, of the carbon, and then you have the gangs of the carbon. The nano become the stirrer, keeping dynamic mixture of the gas. It's like putting a bullet in a circle of a sphere which is rotating at high speed with a lot of balls on it. As you rotates, as the bullet goes, it disturbs and starts rotating. The existence of the nanocarbon and the GaNs carbon is one of the elements of your feed, one of the elements of your fuel. So what you need to produce, not the copper oxide zinc. We produce these for different applications, for medical, for other pieces. But now that we're concentrating on the flight, you have to understand how you fuel it. You've seen people mixing and losing balls and moving things and seeing the empty of the balls. When you use mixture of only carbon and hydrogen, which has to be black, you don't get it in any color. CH3 will not give it to you. CH3 is a gas transfer position where the 3 base H plasmas with the top create a weak combination, which allows the hydrogen to take more energy and then feed. That's why it's a pure sugar, essential of life. You have to find a way to produce CH on an atomic molecular base of each in the GaNs and in plasma condition and in nano condition. Now you understand why I use Coca-Cola bottle. Why the Belgian police and the American call us a terrorist organization, because we produce nano and atomic hydrogen out of a Coca-Cola bottle. If they won't make us a threat, then nobody looks. They could steal the technology, but the technology was free. This is how we became accused of being a terrorist organization, and writs and summons and everything else to silence us, the development of the pure atomic hydrogen, which is in the plasma condition and is millions of times more powerful than the hydrogen which is used in hydrogen bombs. But the only thing they didn't understand was in the plasma state, in the GaNs state, it cannot do any harm. That's why we freely use it. You got to realize, now, from now on, is the race between you Americans, the Russians, the Iranians, the Ghanaians, our friends in Belgium who are working so hard to be part of it. I'm sorry, we have to keep you out to protect you more than us. We explain to you, people in Belgium, why we're keeping you out. We are not keeping you out to punish you. We are keeping you out to keep you safe from the hand of DL and his team. You all have received threats, you've been interviewed. Now, I get a lot of communication. Why you are separating us? I'm not separating you. I'm protecting you. Understand, in the future you will see. You are the children which needs to be protected more than anybody else in the hand of the guy we just explained today. We respect you. You've been the corner of the foundation, build up and stay in that position. Work the way you're doing. We have to keep you out to keep you safe. Till these prosecutions by the prosecutors they initiated brings the criminals home. Understand something very clearly. The hydrogen is your acidic part, is your magnetical part. The carbon is your gravitational, your weight side. Load your reactors that one can feed the other according to the carbon and hydrogen in a GaNs and a nano state. And don't think if you make a copper and it's black, it's going to be the GaNs of CO2. No way. Or the GaNs of carbon. No way. You have to go the path of CH3. Or if you have found another way to make the GaNs of hydrogen and nanomaterial of the hydrogen and nano GaNs of carbon and nano material of carbon. You need the potential difference between the nano and the GaNs to create the dynamism of the fields, enhanced by the presence of one stronger and one weaker to create rotation. And solidification according to the strength of the position you decide in the center course, where we teach you how to create different conditions. You can go in the water, you can go in air, you can go in deep space, and the system constantly keeps its angular orientation of the solidification for manifestation of the entity. Your bone does not change when you go in the water. Your bone does not change when you go somewhere else, because it's already created a structure. It stays that way. Your blood flow does not change if you're in the cold or you're in the warm. If you understood this and you have managed to create, I will show you, I'll try to bring next week or the week after to show you the GaNs of carbon. Arman is not in the place to show you, he has some. When you touch it, you feel it. You have to understand which part is the hydrogen. You can separate as a carbon. In combination with the lot, you allow to extract the hydrogen gas from the CH3 while you have the carbon of plasma condition. I hope you understand what you're doing, Armin. You put hydrogen gas outside with a small amount of carbon, and you put a lot of carbon with a small amount of hydrogen inside. You got your rotating ball plasma. Do not look for physical motion. Look for the interaction of the fields. This is important. This is extremely important. You will see on the rail track positioning. If your mixture is not strong enough, you might need 100 of them. If your mixture is strong enough, 10, 12 is enough, but it's not a secure structure, 10, 12. You still can break in their weaknesses. If you go to 36, it should be quite well. Make sure your track is very, very, very simple. I'll give you a suggestion how to do your tracking. One of the ways, I would like you to go on internet and find, if any of you can do it now, go on the internet and bring up. By now you should know which videos, which is real, which is not real. In the structure of what you see as UFOs, you see this. Equator line, or what we call the platform line, it has a thickness. And then you will see that the position of your, what I call reactors, gives you this. The field flow, it goes like this. You see a indentation of the third one, and you see this. Why you see this one here? It's very easy, my friends. Railway track with the cores which never go out of track. If you make lubrication on this side and this side, if you make a lubrication here and here, the balls will start rotating on a track. You never lose anything. This is why when you look at the real UFOs, you call it, you see lights rotating on the edge. These are all the cores. Where is the very bright color and then a dark color? The bright color is the position of the reactor. Where you see a different color is the space gap. So all you need to do is to have tool track that can encapsulate the cores. And you have to make a position where you can add enough cores to push it. It's like a bicycle chain till you see the start rolling. You don't need any motors. You can speed that with the motors on the top, that you create a flow that they start absorbing energy, and then you still can run these to see. But as I explained before in other teachings and the private teachings, once you connect your reactors to the power supply, you're lost, you're draining your system. The other way to do for you is find a way, a material that these cores don't need lubrication, but they find gravitational magnetic position in respect to the rail track. Magnet polarity, it can be done very easy. You put CO2 where, what do you call it, hydrogen, carbon where you need a CO2, and then you find the balls rotate very, very easy. It's lubricated magnetic gravitational field. Now you understand the structures you see in the space. The minute you see somebody tells you, you say, oh, this is, you built it. We expect you to start building these systems very, very rapidly. And then what you do, if you look at it from the top, you got your tracks running, you put your fixing walls, and then you make your divisions. Look at what John showed us last week. He says he's 200 feet away from the core. The diameter is 400 feet. If any of you can tell us what's the diameter or the length of a jumbo jet, I think if I'm correct it's 70 meters or whatever. And as I was explaining to Armin, this is one shape. Now if you look, you have many shapes, many of them internally to make this very shape. Capacity runs into thousands. And if you can platform it, you can carry hundreds of thousands of people. Well protected. But this brings one question. The faster the Americans can build it, and the faster the Mexican Keshe Foundation supporters or Brazilian Keshe Foundation supporters can build it, it becomes the reality of the Chinese wall. It has no use, because now we jump over the wall. Aircrafts, helicopters, airplanes. 700 years ago, the wall had a meaning. Nobody could go through, jump over. With the aircraft, it became now a museum piece. We walk over it. So there is no need. Let them build as much wall as they like. Mexico City, Washington. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. We push with the development of the spaceship program for unification of mankind, not separation of mankind. Unfortunately, we cannot go backwards. We have to go forward. Now you understand why I released the technology in such a rapid. We took our time. We studied the situation internationally, and we seized the time to break the barriers and the walls. Man-made, mentally made, psychologically forced, and imagined. The beauty with this is you cannot block it, because even if you put a field barrier, because of the structure of the material, it mutates to the field which is traveling in. There is no solution by peace, but by unification of man first. And this is the first steps we take on the 4th year of the teaching. You know the fuel. You know how easily, how much do you buy a railway track in the shop? You need 2 of the same. Lock them in a way that the balls cannot go. Make sure they are lubricated and let them put 1 ball in at a time. At the beginning, you don't see much. Make it very, very loose. Then you will see the shape. Start with a small unit. I wish Arman could show. Arman has one of the best ones. He's genius in what is man. I asked him the night before, the next day he says, look what I found, it works, and it's perfectly lubricated. And he can put 2 of them together, he's got it. I wish you could pull himself out of the bed and show you. The rest of you would have started the race of the plasma technology. The beauty with this is, you can coordinate between the center cores in the center and the cores outside to create different materials as you need in a given section. Hydrogen, oxygen, amino acid, whatever you need. Whatever is your desire, you can achieve. Any question?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'll remind the viewers who are in the Zoom meeting here that they can put their hand up and I can promote you to a panelist where you can speak. Any of the panelists that are here have a question for Mr. Kesh? There is a couple of questions in the chat, but I don't think they're directly related. Let me have a look here.
Hello, it's Dominique.
Yes, Dominique.
Hello, it's Dominique from France.
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I imagine a relation between a pedophile and guns of carbon and hydrogen, and make all the teaching complete.
What?
Can I make a relationship to pedophile and guns of carbon and hydrogen, because I feel all this teaching is complete.
I'll leave that to your soul.
Okay.
We have awakened a lot of people in reality what's been happening in what do you call in the world of abuse. The authorities and especially police forces are baffled how openly these people have been operating or been blind to it. How you want to change the guns to bring it in is a different thing. We don't make any accusation. We wanted to bring a change, and the change has to come that we are all prepared to make that change. The problem is not only changing the technology, understanding the technology, is understanding what the technology can bring in the way of positive for humanity. We are doing a lot of work. There is huge amounts. I have literally put all my work, all effort, ignoring more or less everything else internationally around the Keshe Foundation, in completing the work in 2-3 locations of the Keshe Foundation, and hopefully we all start seeing the fruit of it. The process and the understanding is how we apply the knowledge from now on. A lot of people will show, you will start showing us with different combinations the structure of the flight system. A few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, I was talking to the head of NASA operation, one of the guys. He said to me, Mehran, I'm forbidden to speak to you. Even speaking to you has been forbidden by NASA with me. I said, we are there to bring peace. We want to give you technology. He said, we are so much fearful of what you have brought. At the highest level in NASA HQ are shaking into their leaves, in their socks, in what we are delivering. And we are told by the top management inside. Do we pray for them? Do we give educating the scientists? We are educating the humanity. We pray, I hope they understand, and we bring the guns out, we show it. But those of you who have, and you worked around the maggraph systems, the dynamic systems, now you understand how easily you can work. We had to see things, we had to feel the fields. Change it, your emotion, to the control of the reactor. In a coming time, you will understand in the next stages of teaching how you being in the center, you can control the speed of the rotation of all the cores. Because it's the hydrogen level inside you, what you carry through the strength of the plasma of thoughts, which affect the speed of the rotation of the cores. Goes back to the teaching of Universal Council. My wish is my command. Then you understand. You wish the hand to open. Now you wish the speed of the rotation, delivery of the fields, because in the essence of the emotion of the man, there is such a strong fields that create. Go back to teaching of Dr. Kostova. In part of the teaching, one of the medical teachings, she explained that when a man dies, energy equal to 18 Hiroshima bombs is released. You can imagine how much of little of it you need to create a field flow, to create motion in one reactor and the rest to follow. The biggest problem, and we have explained this to a lot of people and they start understanding, the knowledge of today, what we are building on, would have not been if the other development in the knowledge of the man was not there. Materials, understanding carbon, copper, then understanding atomic structure, then in past few years the nanomaterials, and then now the GANS material, now the field interaction. And then when you have the field interaction, you can see, you can produce the matter as you like. If you can create the field interaction, you can create the strength of the emotion to change the behavior of the man. Can you use the reactors to create, change the behavior? Yes. But one golden rule. The receiver needs to accept to be able to elevate. Christ accepted his crucifixion to go on the cross because he knew the next level will be higher. He didn't accept the cross to be demised. He became the sacrificing lamb by his own physicality. What happened when the man put his son to sacrifice? The God sent the lamb. Christ made himself the lamb. And because of it, he got elevated. Because he brought all the energy of physicality into emotion. And the bitterness of the man was worth the physical sacrifice. But because he knew the energy of the sacrifice he received, he knew he can build the physicality and travel to France. Understand this, you got your answer in what you asked. Any other question?
Hello,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Keshe. Here's Ananta Lienhardt from Switzerland, and I want to ask, I have heard that our galaxy is moving into a huge helium cloud. So up to now, our surrounding was governed by hydrogen. Have you heard of this? And what would be the impact?
Let me explain to you. If you read I haven't published it, don't have the time to finish it. If you read book number 4, and there's a chapter which we added, the paper, the creation of the ring of the Saturn. The creation of ring of Saturn paper, I don't know if it's published yet or not, but it's there, we've got to publish it. I have explained in this how the rings of the Saturn, how the rings of gaseous planets are created in the solar system. We are forever in different packages, environment of different gases or plasmas. And we always go through them. As a planet, we go through this cloud, we call it which rains, because as they create. In a planetary system, in the outer boundaries of the solar system, where these clouds can be in a field strength of the, let's say, helium gets absorbed as the planet goes through it to create layers and layers. It's like what I call oystering. The same thing happens for our solar system in the galaxy, and the same thing happens for the galaxy in the universe. Where a loose combination of the fields are created, and then partially because of the interaction between themselves, they manifest themselves as a field dust or a field. We go through it. It's inevitable. Depends on how we reach it, or we are on the path to go through them. We've seen a lot of speculation on a lot of things, but it's normal. If it happens, it's normality. Look at the Ring of Saturn. I hope I get a chance to release the Ring of Saturn's paper, and then you understand immediately. Just look at higher scale, bigger dimension, bigger field strength. Could be real, but I don't look at the press. I don't look at these things, so I cannot tell you. But it's not fantasy. It's quite normal. If you move into the edges, the boundaries of this solar system, you have the clouds of helium, you have the clouds of hydrogen. Because as they reduce in the strength, there's more of them in places. Even our planet crosses certain field strength in the present orbit. And through it, we absorb certain energies. And these energies become matters which add to the thickness of the structure of this planet. If we have the right gravitational magnetic field towards them, they just fall in. And remember something, if you live in, for example, very dry places that it rains a few times a year, you all know this most likely. If you don't know, you can try it. When you come to the dry season, when there is no rain and you have, what do you call it, angle roof, put a bucket under the drain where it comes off the roof and wash your roof thoroughly and collect whatever comes off the roof in the bucket. You collect rainwater. If you don't collect rainwater from the roof, you should be able to do this very easy. Then get yourself a magnet and rub in the bottom of the pot, whatever is physical solid matter. You will see metal things stick to it. And if you look very deep, some of them, most of them are cosmic dust or solar dust, which carry the strength of the metal, iron. If you could make a gravitational magnetic field, you can look for copper, you can look for zinc. As our planet goes through the different field strength clouds of different strength, according to gravitational magnetic field of our planet, we continuously absorb these things. So they exist, otherwise they don't come from nowhere. And then you can see how Earth continuously creates thicker layers. When you cut geological lines in places, you see it. Where does all this material come? It's not that it's coming from under and it goes over. We continuously daily absorbs millions of tons of material from the cloud space of the what we call solar system. And our solar system continuously does the same from the galaxy, and our galaxy does from the universe. And our universe collects a huge amount of material from the unicos medium. As they absorb, step down, comes to us. You never see, I've never seen a meteorite, I haven't seen anything. But how come I have so much meteorite dust in the bottom of the bucket which I wash the roof? If you are in Australia, you get a rare rain before the rain season comes, or if you can put a bucket when it comes and take it, you see meteorite dust in your water. It is well explained on the internet. You can go and check and see and follow and understand this. These come because in the space we travel, the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth is of the matching of the material which is going through it. And on a regular basis, we go through the same thing, so we get the same thing. Strange enough, why don't we get in the desert a different material? Because the strange gravitational magnetic field is a filter for that material, which is like a strength of the dust of the desert. So it absorbs that field from under and it builds up. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Kesh. This is John from Argentina. When you're talking about the hydrogen in this ship or star formation, are you talking about the one proton yes and one electron, or is it deuterium?
It's the plasma. And if you manage to make the GANs, is deuterium. Energy of the deuterium, gravitational magnetic field of deuterium. When you make a hydrogen, a GANs, you create a spectrum of the field strength. Strange enough, in Accra, we have made our fuel before we make our reactor, and it's a blessing.
Is this why they've been using many centrifugal machines in Iran?
Next question.
Yes, Mr. Kesh. Here is Boris speaking from Brazil.
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, here is Boris speaking from Brazil.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Kesh. I have two questions actually to today's teaching. The first one is there a possibility to separate the carbon and the hydrogen from a CH3?
Yes.
Okay. And
it's very easy. It's very, very easy.
Okay.
Extremely easy.
And how we do that?
The last question. The last question, just before you ask your question, from Argentina, asked a question. But if you understand it, if you know what you're doing, if you have made the GANs of carbon, it should be very easy for you to extract the hydrogen GANs.
Okay.
Color of gold is the beauty of the eye of the man to the beholder. You will see it.
Okay.
Its interaction will create a translucent whitish goldish color in some cases. It's very much like, you know, when you produce the GANs of copper, you go from green to reddish and then you go to black or whatever according to current flow. You do the same. But one of the ways to measure is beautiful. A lot of you done this, but you never take notice of it. Put your ganses in the bottles, in a large amount of your ganses, and then watch how they stand next to each other. And then remove the bottles to another position, just mark the height, and then remove them to another position and mark them again, and look at the heights after a few days. Don't forget you have already created an interaction connection. You will see the height is different. The plasmatic condition brings a balance of the fields, compression or expansion. Then you understand how you can create hydrogen GANs out of your CH2.
Okay. The second question is about the wheel in the middle, or the trail, how you say. Has these balls be everyone able to rotate, or can they be fixed on the wall?
Choose, and because once you start rotating the center, then you create a second gravitational field force. We have this available in certain conditions when you want to open gating. You need it. For gating, which means you want to open a door to outside, you need the central core rotation. But this can be achieved with the flow of the single core. It's like the electron around the proton. You will understand in most of the spaceship travels, you cannot just open the door. You open the field gap here, which allows you cross, physical cross. In a very advanced systems, you just create a condition, you're out. You don't need any doors, no gates, nothing. Transportation of elements, once you understand this, is very, very easy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you indeed. Any other question?
We have a couple of questions in the Q&A. We have Arvis, who's concerned about spaceships. When he says, I see around on the internet, we are approaching faster and faster to make the first spaceships, or at least levitation for a beginning. I'm just concerned about the safety from the authorities. We are aware in the past that some have made it done, but later officials make it banned or confiscated with very worth cases for some individuals. I think it means it costs some people a lot. Once some will have it. With my comprehension, spaceships generate various fields in different axes and dimensions. What about the air or Navy control or other satellites? Will they detect the UFOs or strong different fields in a
They
specific
see
area?
it. No, let me explain. They see it because of this manifestation. The Air Forces are literally, they have come to accept they cannot touch these things. We go back to situation in Israel a few years ago when 2 Israeli jets took off to bomb Damascus. One of the massive hates by the Israeli state against Iran is the advancement of technology Iran carries. Iranian, what you call UFO, appeared immediately overside, ordered the landing or destruction, and the 2 were landed. Never this technology has been used to destroy anything. That's what it is. The authorities are realizing more and more the technology is available to every other nation, so this is forcing the condition. They did this to me. They came, DL organized it the day before, showing to ridiculous and this, you know, as what we see now on the internet to discredit us. He planned it to discredit us when we were showing the flying car in Eindhoven. They came, they confiscated my nuclear material, and they left it me. I'm a criminal. They left my nuclear with me. You keep it. We just want to make you too embarrassed. 7 days later, we show the embarrassment and how he was jumping to camera to video. And the next day, after what I explained to you, the blackback story in Ghent, we showed the power in that meeting. I said, now for what you did to us the Saturday before, we showed the power of technology on the 3rd of December. 4th of December, Iranian government captured the American flight system, the most advanced. Never harmed anybody. We have continuously offered our support to the Americans in any shape or form, or the Russians or the Chinese. Governments, when it's done by mass, will do nothing but to support, because they have to be part of it. Governments is you with people who want to influence their power. We don't fight governments. We've seen in the past 8 years in the office of President Obama how much we were harassed, how much he harassed us. He's gone, carries no more power. Our power, our knowledge is forever. These are temporary, meager people who come and they think they can exercise. My knowledge will last the eternity of the life of the man because I changed the course of the man. All they can do is a decree to put something up or down or kill somebody to be feeling happy they have power. They have no power except this meager state of their mind. So governments are open. We work with governments. We have to work with the governments. Don't be afraid what they do. I'm a good example of it as a head of the foundation. DL organized bombing of my car. DL organized the shooting high speed in Antwerp just outside near his house. He organized my poisoning. He told the doctor how I've been poisoned, being in Belgium, me being in Italy, the doctor in Bulgaria. They will do anything. Even on our way to Accra, they try to bring us down. We never disclose, but in the future we'll do. Don't be afraid. They can do one. But now when I teach like this, millions of you watch, spend your time, you made the guns, make a few balls and put it on the track and see it works. You have your flying system, put it in the car moves. You don't need any energy, just try how you can influence with another, react to the position of it. Is there a need for a battery? Is there a need for an engine? Put it in a small toy and let children enjoy, because the field is an atmospheric cosmic ray. It doesn't affect you. We enter a huge change from now on. Don't be afraid. Collaborate with the governments. You saw how I walked these guys to go to the prosecutor. Now we work with the prosecutor, waiting for them to catch them. Work with the government, show them the beauty, they come with you. This is what we are doing with the world governments, most of the ones who want to develop. The greed of the man is, he has power. Very beautiful picture was put on the internet in past few weeks. As you know, one of the world leaders was put out of the office. And he didn't want to go. And collection of nations across the continent forced him to move. But he wanted time to move. They said, take whatever you like. He loaded so much goods on the jet that he was leaving the country that the jet could not fly. They had to unload some of the gold and the cash he was carrying, that they could take whatever he could take with him. It was like the time when the pharaohs used to die and they used to put gold and everything around them to take them in the other world. They can't carry everything. And it's very strange. Go on the internet, you see the bars of gold he had to unload from his, and the things he put on to put on the thing. But they loaded too much there, the jet will not fly. Strange enough, the same president in 2000 offered me a jet from his runway, from the same runway. Buy this jet. I said, no way. He said, I got it for you, Mr. Kesh. I said, it's infested, I'm not taking it. The same president from the same runway. When me and my managers walked on the craft, we said, this is, you close the craft, is rotten inside. No, you take it. I think he took the same jet for him to fly out with all the goods he could take with him. But he had to leave behind. These governments, these things are a temporary position. I have to explain to all the Keshe Foundation followers. We have come to understand for the position of the Universal Council and the World Government, what we call World Council, a permanent position. Very soon, Caroline, as a member of the Universal Council, will announce, we are working on it, will announce it very soon, the position and the occasion, that we establish a World government and the World Council to follow in what we set up. Then the world condition will set for the benefit of all mankind in one position. Caroline already knows, and people close to us know what we are looking for and where it's going to be, which area. Has to be near the sea, where no government can enforce entry, as is at the moment with the United Nations in New York. It's a world seat, but they decide who can come in and what passports. It should be open port that anyone from any corner of this planet or universe can walk in. It has to be reachable by every man. And we are looking, we have found the location is for Caroline with the Universal Council, with their wish, and the Board of World Councils, the 6, what we call the Directors of World Council, they decide on the next move in what we call the city and the place which has been chosen. We are establishing a lot of things. It takes a lot of work. I work nearly 20-22 hours a day at the moment, making sure everything is done and we can deliver. It's not that we left it, but while they are learning how to govern and how to be correct, as I see with the number of the members of the World Council, and what I see with the Universal Council, they are learning. I don't interfere. I keep totally out of their way, because then it'll become interference and what I wish or what we think we should be done. They have to start communicating with each other, the World Member Councils, the 6 members. They have to establish, they've been waiting for me to do something. I'm not doing anything. It's your decision. You are the leaders. You have to start communicating what is your wish, what do you plan. We're setting up the structure for you, where every man can walk. If you look in a way, it's been set up once, but it was not carried through because the unfortunate condition has set in. So we have moved this position. Those of you who are aware of what I'm talking about, you understand why the port of Haifa was chosen. This time, there is no port. It's accessible by any man. You can walk from land or sea or space to be heard by the Council and to be supported by the World Council. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, what comment can you say about when Kerry was kicked out of Antarctica on the 11th of November, and then the next day we had those tremors in New Zealand?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't listen to the world news. I've got enough news across the world to what do you call it, adjust humanity to. We are taking huge steps on the direction of the world government. These things takes time, takes a lot of energy, and it's part of my work. I'm in a position who can bring the changes. I'm in a position who can bring changes not for humanity but for the governments to work across with the humanity, what they call the humanity as a whole, and then through the Universal Council beyond the boundaries of this planet. We are extremely powerful as a group, as a Keshe Foundation worldwide, and a lot of rules and regulations go through the wall because a lot of you are doing the work. The man who goes to where the Red Indians are in danger, you take a soul of change, the change will come. A lot of you get developing different methods and use of technology for different application. This morning or last night, earlier hours of this morning, I received pictures which is unbelievable to show. If we show it, the present world of medicine will turn on its grave. Doctors in Keshe Foundation trying a woman with a cancer, breast cancer, the cancer is not there, the breast has totally gone. We've seen this, we have one in our stock, in our, and part of the breast is in Holland in the hospital. But this time the doctor has shown it. The breast is totally black from a huge tumor. And now there is no sign of cancer. I wish, we don't want to release the name of the doctors to not to put them in danger. But the pictures are there, you can see it if they decide to release it. Cure, processing, reversal, whatever name you want to do it. These pictures are so, that so confirm the correctness of the technology for cancer. It's beyond imagination. But they've taken the pictures of it. I wish the doctor would release just the pictures as a series we can see, we can show. Then you understand, those women who lose their life with breast cancer, there is a chance. If we could have the authorization from the doctor to be able to show it in public, I show it to you. I praise those who work so hard to change the life of a woman, 36, with a child. Now is a mother for life for the child. The picture, when you look at it, is so shocking. In past months, we watched this, how this doctor relentlessly went using the technology to help, and it worked. They can't find any cancer. Never been done. When I did it 6-7 years ago, the doctors in Holland wanted to keep this black. I said the tumor becomes black, and now we see it black. Tumor has turned black, shriveled, and it's gone. Confirms in what we show now in the physical dimensions. The knowledge is there. The application of the knowledge depends on what you want to apply it for according to your understanding. People are walking away with not losing their toes, their legs, their arms with diabetic. People are walking away with cancer. People are walking away with a high blood pressure. People are walking away with eczema, with epilepsy, with child syndrome, people with the damages done by injections to children for different kind of syndromes, ADHD, all is getting answered. Agriculture, this afternoon we are testing the use of the gas water in mango trees in the agricultural zone. We test new understanding. We try to share. It's your responsibility to share. You see, we don't use any false website promoting what they call robots to bring something up. DL has used this to be right on the top and to be there that the minute you put Keshe Foundation, it comes up and people read it first. I sat with the minister last week. He said, Mr. Keshe, we come to see, we want to talk. Benjamin and I, we sat next to him, across him. And he said, I want to call a specialist. He's dialing his mobile number. He calls one of the top plasma specialists. And then he says, I have somebody here to talk with you. I'm sitting across a guy called Keshe. Oh, he said, Mr. Keshe, yeah, I'm a member of his YouTube, everywhere he's this and that. And then he goes across, because he thought something is strange, puts on, it comes up, facts about the Keshe. So we explain to him. And then the explanation comes to, Ghanaian children are getting kidnapped from here for abuse. They said, we got to look into it. They found the guy where we're losing our children. Documentation from British government. You are promoting us to block everything around you. Use all the tricks to be on the top. It's good because a lot of people are seeing the facts. Don't be afraid of governments. Don't be afraid on what happens. Be joyful that you can change your own life. Be joyful when you give a knowledge, somebody can use it somewhere to the benefit of the others or himself. I see, we're going to show it now. A lot of people are doing a lot of teaching. A lot of people are doing a lot of selling of goods of the Keshe Foundation in the name of Keshe Foundation for their benefit. And now one of our supporters have made a website. Rick will show you in a minute. This is what we were trying to do in Keshe Foundation. We couldn't do it for past a year or whatever. Now she's done it, and any one of you who's teaching, you can go there and put your teaching, what you're teaching and where you're teaching. If you're teaching MAGRAPH system, if you're teaching, just plot it in there. Other people around the world can see you're there. They can come on. Rick, can you help us with this and show it, please?
Yes. And if, I don't know if Whitney is in our viewers, let me have a look here first.
Okay, while you're looking, I'll explain to you what this is. It's the first time you will see it. This is what we try to do. If you are teaching, you can go there and put it there. If you're selling products which are certified. If you're teaching to make and they make their own system, you don't need certification. We've seen a lot of these people trying to intimidate teachers or whatever. Don't get intimidated. The minute you see anyone intimidating you or trying to create problems for you, get in touch with us. We are making a portfolio with all the police around the world. We go for them immediately. They make a threat, we respond with the law enforcement. Because now we structure ourselves, we are using very much Italian security services to support us for those who intimidate, and I think we don't know everything else. So don't get intimidated. You carry on, you sell products, you give conferences. Please, in your conferences you give in the name of the Keshe Foundation, work on the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. We've seen people, we hear people in Spain make a huge amount of money for lectures and they just shortcut, or in Germany, just to make money. You'll find out you finish yourself and people see through you. Go with the ethos of teaching. Make the MAGRAPH system. We've seen people come in making MAGRAPH system is for Keshe Foundation, for our pocket. No problem. But do it correctly. Please open it up.
Okay, there's this is one of the links, is the how to put your personal details in, but let me here's the map here, I think. Let me see.
Let her come in if she's there. Let her explain.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she is in the workshop right now, unless she's on the live stream. But if you are, please come in, and that's Whitney. Please come in and help me. I'm just trying to get, there's another picture, I'm trying to get it lined up here. I have to go back to the original link, just a minute. Okay, there we go. Just get that lined up. Just bear with me here. Okay, so let me change this. And
you can't get it done?
Yeah, there we go. This is the map that I wanted to show. and some of the links. This was her post. She posted this and Whitney Fisher in her Facebook, and it has the link to where you can click on points anywhere on the globe is the idea for local workshops in your area. And you can also put your plasma workshop on the map. And that was that application form that I showed previously. I can show that again in a minute. Let's see if I can get the map up bigger here. Not sure if it worked out.
You can't get her online?
I'm not
Maybe
sure.
we ask her next week to come and explain in detail.
Yeah, that'd be better because this is a new site. It's just getting set up in the last couple of days. And let me show you the map here. It's a little more clear than what I was able to show so far. Okay, there's the basic map, for example. And so if we zero in on the map, you can see different items here.
Let me explain. None of these teaching and workshops has any connection or confirmation from the Keshe Foundation headquarters. These are the local Keshe supporters who are teaching, working, and spreading the knowledge. We've seen accusation made by the same people as what we call the Red Circle. That you see is a scam Keshe showing teaching in South Africa. And there, these are Keshe Foundation supporters. They teach, they make their own development, and we don't even get informed of it. So watch for the what I call false accusation. But when you make this presentation, please make it very clear, very compact, and stay within the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. You'll find out you'll develop a lot of support if you're correct in your conduct.
Right.
Let me explain something very before we go. We still, if you have a cancer, we're still looking. We need another quite a few people for the complete full research of the cancer research, which we announced for Ghana. You don't need to come Ghana. If you have a cancer, you can contact the health section. Klaus can give you the email for it. And then there is a different arrangement has been made that you can benefit by it in a different way. We don't explain it in public. But if you want to see or be part of the trials with a cancer, any cancer, we know we put a donation of €5,000 for the research which is going on, and we try to keep you in your continents. You do not need necessarily to come to Ghana. Please understand this is part of our work, and it is important that we need a large number for FDA officers to see across the progress. That we share the knowledge directly with the governments and FDAs, that they can see when the members of the Keshe Foundation submit or they want to be part of it, they already have the data. We are sharing this data with the scientists around the world, only with the scientists who are in our research level. We are not releasing it to the doctors. But the doctors are told the process they need to carry on. The whole progress is done by the doctors, and is done in clinics and in surgeries. It's not done as being accused in the back hotels, because it's the way they do. They plan killing people in the hotels in China and God knows Korea. What they do, they accuse others of. So we are still looking for people with a cancer. Please get in touch. Is it health@keshefoundation.org?
Yeah, what is the correct email address so I can put that
Dr.
up?
Klaus, can you tell us the correct email address people can get in touch with?
Yes, I just posted it into the chat. It's doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org.
Doctors@thespaceshipinstitute.org. We take the case up. We need to make a data. Let me explain to you what is our position. Keep the map there, please, because I'll let you carry on, Rick. We need to see how and the way the what you call the technology on a cancer works in different cancer strength in different ages, different groups, and different cancers or tumors. It's a huge pressure because what we understand and what we are working with the authorities is that there is unprecedented for such a fast reaction with no side effect. So we've been asked now that Keshe Foundation sets up the standard for the plasma technology for health. This is what we are trying to do. They said we see the results is correct. We see diabetic is gone is correct. People we interview correct. People in different countries that are reporting, but what's the standard? So we are working to make a standard, new standard for plasma technology and application of farming, food, health, and instrumentation and the others. So our priority at the moment sits with the cancer research. If you have a cancer, if you want to join the cancer trials, these trials is done by providing the new injections and other methods. I wish I had the freedom from the doctor to show the pictures. You will understand how a child will hold the mother for a lifetime. The mother is not going to be dead. We cannot show as a private picture from the teachings, but we're looking for people with injection, with the cancer who would like to try. You can still carry on with your chemotherapy, you can still carry on with others, but we need to make a data to see the effect. We know it's non-toxic according to the research. We know the cancer cells come under control within certain given times according to the dosage. We need to see how effective, how long we need to carry on. The trials are ongoing. We have already started the trials. The animal trials is ongoing at the same time, but the scientists of the governments have started their own trial themselves very fast. They bring in the patients themselves. This has to be done. If you suffer from a cancer, if you want to test a new path of trial, please contact doctors at the Spaceship Institute. The guidelines are there. We have a limited supply because we've been certified to produce so much. We cannot do more than the amount which has been we've been allocated to produce. So we need the numbers to come up and to finish the whole process, because a lot of people approached us. We were not ready with the situation. Now we have solved out the situation. We can accept number of people on this trial that we can make the numbers and we see the patterns and everything else for our injection trials. Carry on, Rick, please. You see the things. Doctors at spaceshipisinstitute.org to be part of the cancer tumor GANS direct injection trials. Everything will be done by qualified oncologists and the doctors who know what they are doing, not by in the back streets. It'll be done directly with, and we actually working now with FDA committees in how to apply the technology in different ways, and we already have volunteers from the government getting tested on. Okay, Rick, if you want to carry on, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Let me go back to the other screen there. And this is, again, the world map with some of the preliminary pins, I think they call them, that have been put up just in the last day or so, apparently. And I see there's a note from John that he's he's letting Whitney know, and she'll probably be available next week to speak to us about some of the details on this project. But it's interesting, we can see right here that there's at this point 3 different types of pins or icons on here, which is physical locations of plasma workshops, are the green ones, and put your plasma workshop on the map is the purple ones, and then put your hand up for a plasma workshop are the yellow ones. So people that want to have a workshop can indicate that on the map. And people that are having a workshop can indicate their workshops on the map. And we have physical locations where there's apparently ongoing plasma workshops, which let's have a look at the, well, there's Sedona in Arizona. So that's the John Bliven and others, I guess.
Which one is in South Africa?
Or
what is
that,
in South Africa?
Oh, and let's have a look at that. These would be put your plasma workshop on the map. So we can have a,
so
nice,
are these people already running workshops?
Well, let's see what they have for information here. We'll click on the first one, Johannesburg. Workshop for plasma energy health tools and power units. Gives a start time 2nd of February, which is
25th of February.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, 25th of February at 10 o'clock, and 25th and 26th, and so on. And there's a coordinator name. I guess Carrie. It seems like Carrie is going to be the presenter here. Perhaps she is actually in South Africa. I think she had an invite to do workshops there. So unless it's being done virtually, I'm not clear on that. Okay, let's check on the other one here. There's Swaziland workshop again. So it's again with Carrie Ellis. And a different coordinator name, a different part of South Africa. And this is on the 18th and 19th of February. And down in the corner, let's guess. Yes, it's with Carrie Ellis again. She's the one that with Whitney did the Cross America tour, across North America, basically, because they ended up close to where I am, up in on Vancouver Island. Anyway, it seems like Carrie is going to be on location here for these workshops. It seems like that to me. And this is the 4th and 5th of February, so this is coming up immediately, and the 6th and 7th. So there's 4 days in a row there in Cape Town. And it gives the website link to Carrie's website, which has a number of different items on it and so on. That's part of her thing. But she's very dedicated to giving these plasma workshops, and she does a great job with the slideshow and so on.
Thank you very much. So this is what we were trying to do for nearly 6 months. Thank you very much for what you've done. We tried to link this with her permission into Keshe Foundation link. If you get anybody intimidate you or whatever, please immediately contact Keshe Foundation webmaster. We will see through with the security services. We stand now for, we brought these people to the point that they brought into prosecutors. We want to make it that they are doing this across the world. If you get any shape or form, just what we need to do is, when you get, if you get an email, do not touch it, because the track record where it came from is in the back of it. Do not do anything with it. Just inform the Keshe Foundation. We'll get people to check your computer, the tracking number, where it comes from. If they're using proxy, they are using hiding name or whatever, we will get them.
Yeah, they might need some security, because here's the site where you put your details in, that go on the map, but so, the personal details are not shared and so on, but you have to put in certain details.
We understand this. We understand this. We are setting up a force. We are setting up a force in next few weeks that we'll call it the first step of international cyber police force from the Keshe Foundation. I'm bringing a specialist. I'm talking to a few people, especially in the police force, that we link up with the laws in different countries to bring one law for the Keshe foundations, that we can go to one law authorities, and from there they accept all the cases, that we don't need to go to different nationalities. Very highly possible Italian Carabinieri police will accept it. Then anything comes, we just pass. One center handles all the intimidation and all the rubbish which goes on about us. Okay, now I have a news for you. While Rick has been talking in the background, I explained to you to show you the power of the cancer process. We will not release the name of the doctor, and those of you who know, do not address. That's why you sit in secure teachings. Dr. Dr. Klaus has references to the pictures which are coming up regarding the cancer. At this moment of time, if any person would have had this cancer, even today, thousands of women are dying because of it. What you see is a major breakthrough in the world of science. We share it openly. Dr. Klaus, would you like to share the pictures and explain, please?
Yes, of course.
I leave the table to you. We do not release the name of the doctor or anything else. Can you please go ahead? I go silent.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all doctors in the medical teaching that they applied the different plasma cures and devices in the last months. And this is one result from a lady who had breast cancer. And this lady was treated with the health unit, plasma coil unit. And as you can see, there was also a huge infection. And she came to the doctor and she was searching for help. And this is what plasma technology is able to do. You see at the picture at the bottom, the completely removed cancer. The doctor and the lady also has the report from the hospital before and after. And this happened during the medical teaching. We have always been in contact with each other. The doctors are in contact with each other. They formed a network all over the world to exchange the knowledge. And yes, this is just one case where we can show the power of plasma technology.
Let me explain that we understand the picture. Picture on the left with two half white paint in the middle or white sheet in the middle. A lot of women, when they have the breast cancer, initially they ignore it. They think it's going to go away. I'm not going to do anything. Oh, it's a little lump. It's a little thing. And then it progresses to the first hole. You see on the left hand, on the middle of the picture, somewhere here, you see the hole. This is what I'm trying to explain. This is where you see the first hole appears. Usually, depends where it is, it comes near the nipple. And then it grows to this picture here. This is actually the breast cancer tumor growing out. There are other pictures you will see is horrendous when you look at it. I've been through this and we've seen it how it happens. This tumor grows and the patient dies because there is no knowledge at the moment. What you see at the bottom here, this is when the tumor has died. This is a tissue. Expert plastic surgeon will do a reconstruction and is done. This is the cancer totally dead. Is the scar tissue from actually this, if you look at this here, this is a tumor itself. Now, with the injection therapy, we are developing a system that
we directly can inject with the data we have into the tumor and see the time of the collapse of the tumor instead of going through this process so late. So what you see, any person with this tumor, which you see here, is that it's a mother which is not, will not be there for a child. This lady is only 36 years old. It's done by one of the most highly skilled doctors. It's not the back of the hotels. This is what is impressing the scientists, and that's why the fast track is getting made by different governments. This is the bottom picture, is a physical damage. A life, a woman will stay with this child for the rest of the child. Here, present time, is mother and a child or children without the mother anymore. You see the difference. Some of you women who are listening most probably know what I'm talking about because you're still playing with it. You don't want the chemotherapy. This technology at the moment shows no side effect, no damage. That's why we need to do it. That's why we want to expand the cancer research very rapidly. And this is done in less than 60 days. By
Yes,
drinking some water.
a bit more than 60 days.
90 days.
Yeah, I guess, yes.
With no side effect. If we could reach with the knowledge we have now with the injection, this would have never happened. Because if you can, this is what we wanted to create the data. If you are a prostate cancer, you are the same. Men with a prostate cancer leave it so late, oh, there is nothing, it's a drip, till they see the blood and then they panic. The same process happens internally. This is what we're trying to do. This is the difference with a child to be born and brought up in the arm of the mother. She has a 3-year-old child, this lady, if I'm correct. Or a child being brought up with orphan and everything else. The bottom is more or less plastic surgery. We watch, we monitor this. We showed you the feet a couple of weeks ago. Now you see the effectiveness of the technology. We need to bring. We are inviting the cancer research organizations, we are inviting the drug manufacturers to sit on the table with us. We have the material. It's for you to develop and spread it. And if you look at it, once the research is complete, it should be very easy to operate around the world. When I showed the injections to the government and the officials, they just took it in their hand. When they dropped one, one dropped and broke. The officials wanted to hold it. They said, this is a secret to life, we are holding it. We bring the patients. We are learning. We don't know everything. But look at it this way. A woman with this condition, there are thousands of you. I'm sure some of our, well, and what do you call people who are watching, are carrying this secret under their bra. There is a solution. Now we see a solution. We don't need to go to the extent to become like this. If you see other pictures of this trial which I've seen, it's like the breast has opened up. You can put your hand inside the tunnel. Actually, where you see the black and white, you can actually put your hand inside. The tumor grows beyond. It's a shock to a lot of men and a woman seeing these pictures, but these are realities taken by the doctor. We have to change. We have the knowledge to bring the change. It's safe. According to the data, I release data only to authorities. They can see, they can check. Trial 1, trial 2, complete, full satisfaction by the doctors, major breakthrough. We're not talking months. Now with the injections and the other things, we're bringing it down to a couple of months. We're trying. At the moment, we're putting 30, 60, 90 days on it, but we can reduce it. We're seeing other things we have to do. You have a cancer, spread across the body. We want to know. We don't want to sacrifice a mouse because we don't know if it works. You're already in danger of losing. You are in danger of winning. It's your decision. We have the technology, it's on the table. It's us who's got to change. And this is the change. I've seen this 5 years ago. One of our listeners knows exactly what I'm talking about. Him and me watch the woman every week. I carry her breast in Valletta. A quarter of it is in the hospital in Holland. When I said, if you go back to the teachings, that when the doctors opened the tumor, it was black inside. You see the tumor was totally black. It's there. The infection can be done. The tumor does not grow. We are strong enough. We are powerful enough. We are correct enough to be able to show this. No organization does, because now with millions of supporters around the world, we can show this. Take these pictures to an oncologist and say, this is the breast, this is it, that's what is it. Why is the woman now? There is no breast cancer. No operation. It hasn't done the surgical, what do you call, plastic surgery to be done. We monitor what happens in 6 months' time, in a year time to this. But now you see impossibilities is in front of you. Go on the internet and look at the picture of different breast cancers. Then you see how real this is and what it is, and you understand it. We need to expand the knowledge of the man by the man without sacrificing more animals. I was explaining this to a scientist very recently. Why do some of the trials, some of the medicines come up with negative and other people pay for it? Because it carries the soul of the animal which suffered because of the man. The medicine is already damaged. If the doctors and researchers understand the animals have a soul. It's beautiful if you understand what is on the screen. For a researcher like me who's been searching for 40 years, this is a gift. This is thanking the knowledge for allowing one woman to be a mother to her children, or her child. What we are interested to see, let me finish. What we are interested to see is if this lady now creates the immune system for cancer. This is our next stage of development, watching, monitoring. Most probably we monitor this woman for years. Now that the body has learned to reject cancer, would it build its own self-immune system? Can we create serums through this technology that we can allow women have not to grow any more cancer? Yes, Rick.
There's another mother I think you're familiar with who would like to ask a question and was looking for an opening. Perhaps it would be appropriate.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Let me see if make sure she's. Caroline, can you go ahead there?
Yes. Can the doctors put a more better guideline what to pay attention to for young mothers, for women, how to spot and how to react to the first signs of abnormalities? Not to
These
stay
are all our...
and
Carry on, sorry. Carry on.
because there's such a fear in a lot of young women, even in young girls, because there are simply no guidelines. If we could put some guidelines up for young women and girls from very early stage how to spot the abnormalities and how to guide them where to search for information and answers, that they don't have to be scared to prevent this kind of huge damages.
I think most of these are on the internet. What to look for, how to do it, how to prepare yourself for it, and not to get involved in it. But when it comes to this point, there is nothing can be done. We see every day thousands of women die like this with these kind of tumors.
But
Thousands.
if we have, but
we
if we
can
have,
organize
like,
teaching. We can organize teachings, but that expense and it doesn't reach everybody. But teaching of how even preventing the cancer tissues to be created is important. The prevention comes from the beginning of the life of a girl. There is a very big hypocrisy. Thank you very much, Caroline. There is a very big hypocrisy that men think it's only women who die of breast cancer. Breast cancer in men is very prevalent, very high. Very high. Is not. The hypocrisy of us, we are men and they are women, has got to be put to bed. It's the same body in different size and different shapes in different parts. We are all open to all diseases equal, irrespective of gender. And it's the same with men with different cancers or women with different cancers. We can teach. I was teaching our girls in front of the boys in the factory because we have 5, 6 girls with us in the team. And I was explaining to them, you're younger, how you can protect yourself from osteoporosis and breast cancer. And I teach this really. The boys start going shivering. I said, boys, you're going to get it too. A woman has a menstruation, you have the same. It was very hard for them to accept. In Africa, these things are taboo. When I teach them, you should see the way shiver and shake. But when they understand, they are at risk as much as the girl. They have the same pattern, the same. They highly educated, but tabooed. I explain this in many teachings. You say, the girls tell you, doctors tell you, it's on the internet, every month alternative ovary releases an egg. Yes, it's the same with a man. Every month alternative testicle releases a sperm. It's not that they both work every time. This is shocking to a lot of men. Ooh, the man who doesn't work, both works. Both works, but 1 month in gap. It's the same with your lungs. Your lungs, one of them works every hour, the other one rests. It's the same with your nose. One nose works, the other one takes rest. It's the same operation with your kidneys. They take turn. Men have cycle the same as the woman. In some, go on the internet, I always say, and check. In some states, United States, if you find your cycle as a man, you can take the same gap as you say, it's the wrong time of the month. They allow you, in some states which matured, they allow you this gap, that you're not so highly efficient in that day if you sit for your exams or you have to do something. We have to become open to the science of the creation, then we can see how we can prevent it. Cancer, especially breast cancer with women, can be blocked, can be stopped, can be reduced. The risk can be reduced if the women understand the process. It's the blockage of calcium in the pipes or the channels for milk. And then because it cannot go through your menstruation, the milk is deposited, the calcium is deposited from your hip into your breast, and then it becomes the cause of it. Very simple. We are looking at a system where you can wash your breast once a week, twice, once a month. That it creates a balance within the breast, that any calcium extraction, any calcium concentration can be reduced into a plasma to be extracted when it's in the soft condition. We can do this. The knowledge is there. We have the knowledge. There's implication of it, working with the authorities and the scientists and the doctors to be able to do. All you need to do is to wash the breast with a specific mixture of gases which will release to the doctors, and it's just like you put a cream on. With the cream is a skin. Now this is with the plasma. The way we transfer the energy of the cancer out of the cancer. Now from the beginning we don't let that energy to be created that leads to the cancer. Prevention with the new technology now for breast cancer and other cancers are so effectively easy to do. Now with most of the cases which we advise, we suggest washing of the body with CO2 in the second part when there is organ. We know the result is 100%. In one case, even the doctors said, oh, we took X-ray the wrong way, MRI is the wrong side. Says, how come the brain is not the wrong side? We have found a way to a lot of problems. Those of you in Norway where the minister attack you, take the pictures to them, says, sir, madam, you're the health minister, you tell us how you achieved this. They tried to destroy you, they tried to attack you. Some of you thought, I can't take the pressure. This is your evidence. Tell the minister, Norwegian government, please explain to us how it is. You can go and meet the lady and the doctor. Let them take a delegation of the doctors, a plane-load jumbo jet, 500 people across to see and touch and feel and understand. We start putting more and more pictures, more and more data, more and more physical testimonial. As Keshe Foundation, we can make the change. Make this viral on the internet and let people watch it. It's in public. Be proud that you're part of the organization who has found the solution for many problems of physical man in a way with just the drinking water. I thank the doctor, I thank the whole of the Keshe Foundation team. Does not matter with little things you have shown over the past years. This is the result of our work as one family. The ones who made the coil showed it works. The one who made the gans showed it works. This is a mother who can hug and love the child for the rest of her life. There is nothing bigger than gift of life. And she has received it from a very beautiful, sincere doctor who's there only to serve humanity. As I was speaking yesterday with him, he said, I don't charge anything for it. It's all free. My time, my services are free. Any other question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. You remember we had a conversation and then a lot of different things came in the way, but you asked me to remind you to bring the topic back about the wishes, and they are very important. Do you remember?
Yes. You got to understand, in my household, we eat, we breathe, we live, not only the technology, but the life of the foundation. And there's always discussions and problems with discussions in how we can do things. One of the things which we have always encouraged, and now is part of the work of the Universal Council members, is for them to understand the strength of the wish, which means my wish is my command. And they start understanding gradually and seeing the results of the World Council members, especially in their own languages, that they can make a difference. You wish to move your arm, the arm moves. In the space technology this morning, I was explaining you wish to go up or down or move, the reactors will respond. The wish of the man comes from a reactor, which is dynamic in all its strength. It's you who has to be able to understand if you are tuning to copper, if you are tuning to zinc, if you are tuning the strength of it to iron or hydrogen or pain or change. Those of you who become close to your soul understanding of the emotion, you'll see a lot of your wishes becomes reality. Because the more you give, the more are received, and the more become of the same path. We cannot change the man itself, but we can change or create a condition that the man can receive enough that it'll change him. Give freely, you're the top reactor, and the others are the three base. You are the giver by wish, and the more you give, there is more for them to receive that they can add to feed you higher. The wish of the man is the most powerful tool has ever been given to the man through his soul. You wish to die, you wish to not to have anything to do with the son who's subordinate, the way you wanted it, your wish becomes the cancer of prostate. We just saw the breast cancer. Go and read and in part of the teachings which we've done, why and how the cancer couples. The wish is so strong to mutilate an arm, it will happen. The wish of the man has to be peace, and it will become peace. You will see how hard it will become to create wars. Does not matter in level and what level. They can create disturbances, but creating wars now become much and much less possible, because it has become the wish of the world to achieve peace. We had enough. There are 2 or 3 nations who are pushing, and soon we've seen the direction of the peace war which was planned in Philippines with China, because it was our wish that will not happen. We saw the same in Syria. We see it in other part of the world. We'll see setting off the arms will not become an option. It becomes a no option. Governments will become in a very short time, in coming years, they cannot justify they have to buy arms, jets and planes, and the nation suffer of hunger. You will see the change of the course in the armies very soon. Nations cannot feed themselves, why should they buy arms? It's our wish to achieve peace. You wish to achieve it, enough you wish that create the atmosphere of a link, the wish will happen. My wish is my command. If all the Keshe Foundation members sit Let's say today is the 2nd of February. Let's make 21st of March, beginning of the spring, the wish of peace, world peace, in a way that the arms and armies will put their arms down in the coming time. It will happen. Promote peace for 21st of March. Let's see how many people will join us. Don't do anything else. Just give to the need of the man that there is no need to war. We'll see what happens. We taught you the flight system. Now we have to teach you the flight of the soul. What is on the screen explains it. Would you like to read it?
Sure, Mr. Kesh. Okay, it says instructions. The first, this is the Facebook site with Whitney for getting people together.
There is yeah.
Is that what you mean?
There is a picture on this says your wish is your command on the screen.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, I've got the wrong screen up here.
I wrote this years ago. I said, the man will come to accept this new technology, not out of love, but out of fear of his own existence. And we're coming to that point. Caroline, in the first World Conference of the World Universal Council, offered the opposite and the next to it. It says, I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I see your beauty. I hear your need. I feel your feeling. Can you go further up? We cannot see the rest. Can you move the page up, please? It says, my wisdom follows from the highest sources. I salute that source in you. I cannot read the last line. Can you read it, please?
Let us work together.
When you offer peace, it means there is no time to find a point of conflict. And this is the change we bring. This is more or less the ethos we have to work on. It's the way the science has to be used. It's the way we have to work. We promote peace. We work in two ways. We give with a hand of love, with care. But those who try to destroy peace and create conflict, we deal with them with the love of God. We let them to destroy themselves. We give them the tools to do it themselves for themselves. Now, we saw the picture of the woman with the breast cancer. If pharmaceuticals understand, means we have offered the peace from all cancers. But we have to learn together. You have to be able to develop that all the doctors can offer, doesn't matter where you are. We look at every aspect. It's not just the human, the animals, the trees, the environment. The environment of the space we travel to, if we respect it and offer it our peace, the peace will come. Because we enter in the mindset of peace, the solution will come through peace. The walls will be only in the state of the mind of the man, not the bricks on borders.
May
Very
I,
strange.
please?
Can I carry on? Very, very strange. Very strange. Very, very strange. In 1990s, late 1990s, 1990s, early 1990s, when the Berlin Wall came down, Americans wrote on the aircraft hangars of Frankfurt Airport, mission accomplished. That they managed to bring the wall down. Now they want to build a wall between the two countries. All right, mission failed in totality. For one nation, but not for the rest of humanity. You got to understand something. When you build walls for those who are the abusers. The one who doesn't abuse have an open arm of peace. Yes, carry on.
I think that a lot of people cannot imagine the power they carry with their wish and through their wish, and how to connect that wish through their emotional being because of the sincerity of how they feel about something that has been done unjust or is unjust in front of them. How to make that, to make the change, the difference through their wish. I tried to circulate through my posts to explain this, but maybe Mr. Kesh can explain more in depth how to connect with your wish that it becomes reality. As in the Universal Council, a lot of members have already achieved a lot of wishes. And my wish was, which is shown in this picture, that there will be one letter removed from that picture with Mr. Kesh. If we achieve one wish in peace, we have already achieved quite a few peace wishes. They are accomplished, like Aleppo, and the two which appeared in the conference itself in Rome when we had our meetings. But I think, Mr. Kesh, if you could explain more into depth how this wishing really gets accomplished in a very simple way that every woman, every man, even a child can realize and create this wish for it to appear. That would be very nice. Thank you.
I think we have to go to understand what people understand of the wish. The way I understand wish is I live at peace. I looked into Russia to use the satellite nations of ex-USSR as a platform for creation establishment of nations with no armies. I have a good contact within there. I lived across the USSR in 1990s when you opened up. And my wish was to achieve peace, that with one nation like China and Russia would open borders without military zones. And my wish was to achieve this, like opening the borders without armies between Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Russia, because they were neighbors. But I knew the conflict was too deep, because the nations like United States would not allow it. This is how they milk money out of these things. When we came to Africa, and when we had the world, what do you call it, the military heads of militaries and the military people in the conferences, I came to realize very rapidly in the first couple of days, my wish has become achieved. Military people in the conference understood and they supported that there is a need. We can use the army for inside instead of having on borders. And now I understood why I came to Africa, because my wish was to achieve peace. I've been brought into where the peace will be used effectively. The state of the mind is the field spreading of the wish. I was with doctors a couple of days ago. He says, you are under a lot of stress. I said, yes, because I can't achieve with what I want to bring peace unto humanity. And it's putting a lot of pressure. Because the time is spent in destruction can be spent on development. And we are achieving it. We are achieving it in Africa. What I wanted to achieve in Europe, because of the military forces and the money involved, we will achieve in Africa much, much faster. That's why I was brought here. The wish was sincere, so the tools and where the souls are available for it have been brought to position. You cannot stop a conflict in the borders of a nation. You have to stop the conflict inside your own brain. You cannot live with hate and show sincerity outside, because the soul will not carry it. A lot of people use emotion to create conflict and use it and abuse it. Try to learn to use your emotion only that will be positive. Then you achieve. It becomes stronger and stronger. The more you walk away from conflict, the more you walk away from division, the more you walk away from creating something to confirm your existence. Work on the direction that you give more for it to become more that you already exist, because you see the change. Physical confirmation shows the level of more or less not maturity of the state of the man. We touch the souls and they change themselves. By creating conflict inside yourself, you already have failed. Inside has to be peace. With a husband, with a child. Has to be correct. Not what I want, but what it makes the partner happy. Then you find through it, you find peace. Even though in times there is a confusion of conflict, it has to bring peace. I see a lot of problem coming ahead with one man who's trying to exercise if he's got the power. But we have taken the love of God from him. This is the only way we do. We give, we make available all the best for the man. But because of his own way, he will not receive it unless he gets enlightened by himself. Division of the color, language and race, and putting people in airports, in the prisons or whatever, brings nothing but to still show the immaturity of the race. If I wish, I'll end the state of Israel within hours. And God forbids if it goes anywhere, any further, I wish, and it will happen. because I see the cause of conflict feeding the others to become the same. The state of Israel has to become part of the state of the world government, as a part of the world family. And we see who's inciting it. And if we make the wish, there shall be no state of Israel. I'm very open about it. I take the challenge to President Netanyahu. Bring peace, stop the conflicts. The same goes with the new American president. We respect you, we honor you, both as the heads of your nations. But use your efforts to bring peace. My wish is my command. Isolation is not a solution. Bring peace. Find a way that what is the fear to sell arms becomes a joy to be part of humanity. We have seen pressure in past few weeks built up by Jewish lobby in the United States in respect to people being arrested for their colors or path of belief. My wish is the end of the state of Israel as a nation, but as part of the universal family, as District of Israel, as part of the world government. And this will happen. There shall not be no state, but one world part, which is for the Jews. I come from the blood, and my wish is direct. I am a Kohen. My advice goes directly to the new American president. We know you listen. We welcome you as a world leader, but respect all equal. This is my wish. We see the end of the state of Israel as a nation, but we see the province of Israel as part of the world community with the same dimensions and same respect. I cannot wish for more till we achieve what we set out. Let me explain something very directly to the American president, President Trump. Use your power to create peace and harmony. Use the pen of the president to be the pen of peace. If we move against the peace, we move and remove the pen. Physical pen does not count. We take the soul. With a pen of soul, you will write. I kept quiet and I keep quiet, but in time we will see. I call again on the state of Iran. We put the hand of peace to Israel a couple of years ago. We put the hand of peace out again. Let us talk. Let us work on a peace and harmony. This is my wish, and as head of the Keshe Foundation, if I carry all your wishes, we will achieve. Let's finish with a statehood and become one nation. This is our wish. World peace, through be able to touch the world leaders that they cannot create war. Any other question?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Kesh. This is Rene from Austria speaking. I have a question about the MAGRAPH system. Since I built my last system, I noticed that when I put a small LED lamp to the load side, that I can switch it on and off by moving towards the MAGRAPH. So this is very strange, because the lamp should not do this. So if you want to see what I mean, I have some pictures and a small video. With your permission, I can show it to the.
Is there any music with it or anything else?
There is no music. It's only you can see the MAGRAPH and the lamps that are used, and you can see how the lamp is going on and off when I come to the MAGRAPH and go back. So this is very interesting.
Sorry about that. Let us check with our people in the background. Rick, are you happy with this, to be sure?
It's probably okay if you'd like to do that. I think we have another 10 or so minutes left before we're up to the 4-hour mark.
Okay.
Okay, so I will start the screen sharing now. So can you see the
yes.
picture? Okay. Yes. So on the left side, this is my MAGRAPH system, and here is the lamp that I connected to the load side of the device. And on the right side, there is the video. I want to play it now. The sound is off, and I will stop and make some points. So please have a look at this. So this is the lamp that I used. This one that I hold in my hands now is a new lamp, and the one that makes this strange effect is connected to the load side since 3 weeks ago, and you can see in a few seconds how the lamp goes on when I come near this device.
It's fantastic. I explained to you what is happening.
Yes, please.
Your magnetic field is interacting with the field of the plasma. If you go further back and carry on with the same thing, instead of physical move, start thinking. By thinking, you can turn the light on. Do not force it, wish it. You understand?
Yes.
Your physical arm is part of your emotion, that it becomes physicality, and then at that, strength can interfere between the field from the MAGRAPH system Now you have to understand how to control such a high strength wish to lower strength that can interact, and the interaction of the fields create the light. I've seen this couple of other presentation by other people. It's not the first time I see it.
Okay, so
try to see it, don't force it, just wish it.
Okay.
Wish you see the physicality of the light. You can extend the light to the whole room if you can control it.
Yeah, the funny thing is that this was my first. So when I first noticed that there are these effects, I made this video, and now I'm experiencing with it. So it is strange because you can see now. So this is the lamp.
You don't touch anything. You just go close.
Yes, I don't touch anything.
It's just coincidental that you have created the field of interaction. It's very, very coincidental. You might not, if you move it, does it still come on?
If
you move the light to another position.
Yes, it goes on and off. So here you can see this is the lamp that I bought. This is brand new and has never been to the load side of this device. And if I plug it in, you can see that the lamp is working as it should do. So, and this lamp, if I leave it for about 10 days on this magritte, it shows the same effect. So that it goes on and on.
What about, let me ask you, what about if you move that stand to somewhere else in the room?
Oh, I haven't tested this because
try it. Move it somewhere else.
Okay, I will test this. So this is it's very funny, and it also is the same effect I have with another person. So it's not only me that can bring on this effect. It's so every person who comes near this device can switch the lamp on and off.
You know something? Use it as a tester. Use it as a tester.
Okay.
And move it around, see if it still works.
Okay, I will test this. Thank you.
Please video it. It's very nice.
If it is okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
I produced a CH3 GaNs, and I have the idea to speed up the process, not with a small battery, but with a plasma battery capacitor. And as I made this wiring with a capacitor instead of a battery, the first thing I noticed is that the production of the GaNs is really, really fast. And the output of the GaNs is so huge that I cannot describe. So
okay, can you explain to us how you do it, please?
Yes, I have a picture here where you can see this is the setup that I used. So there are two bottles. The bottle in the left side is for the CO2 GaNs, and the bottle on the right side that I connected is for the CH3 GaNs.
Which is the copper, nano-coated, and iron.
Yes, this is nano-coated copper on this side, and this is also nano-coated copper. This is a zinc plate here, and these are some old nails that I washed. Yeah.
So you connected it?
Yes, I connected it, and the production of the GaN started immediately. So
no. Let's educate us. It's your knowledge. You have a wire from the copper plate in the CH3, which goes over an aluminum foil, correct?
Yes, this is the plasma capacitor. On this side is the aluminum foil, and on this side is only the paper.
And in the middle?
In the middle, I have nothing in the middle.
No, there's a bar in the middle where you wrap the paper on.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
This is the isolation of the cable that I used for the center. So
it's a wire with a plastic cable on it.
Yes, and I have nano-coated this plastic and this wire, so everything here is nano-coated.
So how have you connected the other side of the wire to the system?
Yeah, on this side, maybe you can see this on the picture. I made the connection from the center to this wire.
Yeah.
And this one I connected, as you can see here, to the nano-coated copper.
Okay.
That is.
Where have you put that wire with a coating on in the middle? Where is that connected, or is it just there on its own?
This wire,
No, this one here. I have to. No, because I see what you've done, but your picture is not very clear.
Okay.
Here you come. Let's follow it. Huh? You come down here to a winding here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, now I can see. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
Have you connected? Okay. And then you have another capacitor which is here, yeah, with no connection, which links back to this one, correct? And
Yes.
then you have connected this to this one, correct? So your center wire here has got no connected to anything. Am I correct?
I believe it's connected on the right-hand side. It's wrapped around that tip there, yeah, where the arrow is.
Yes, yes.
You mean it's connected here? Here is connected to this pin here. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, Rick was trying to explain to us. Here it comes here, it gets connected to this pin here. Yeah?
Yes,
but
correct.
Is anything connected to this winding here?
So this winding is connected to this side. So there is not.
It's connected to the center pin as a feedback.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I understand. Now we understand. And then you have increased the production on your CH3 very high.
It's incredible high, and the strange thing is that the GANs has different colors, and everything in this GANs is totally magnetic field. So even I noticed that in the GANs there are produced some crystals that are reflecting the light when I come with a lamp. Everything is bright and shiny in this glass, in these GANs, and I can.
Can I ask you the question? Does your CO2 production is fast as well?
The CO2 production starts very fast, but the output is not so high than in the glass of the CH3. But it's also a very good and very fast production.
What's the video?
Yeah, this is, here you can see, these are the particles in the CH3, the GANs. Here on top you can see the amino acid, and on the video when I started, you can see how the GANs is reacting to a rotating magnetic field that I put underneath.
Okay.
So if I start this,
can you clean the screen from my scribbles, or I have to do it? Let me see if I can clean up then we can see your beautiful work. Okay, carry on, please.
Okay, I start the video. And I try to make it a little bit bigger. So I switch to full screen. Can you see?
You have to share. No, you have to share.
Okay, I'm sorry. Full screen does not work, so I will.
We have a few minutes. We lose the transmission after 4 hours.
Okay, now the magnet underneath is rotating.
We see, yeah, we see a video there. We see a video there now.
Yeah, we see the magnets, the field moving, yes.
And you can see the white particles are crystals that I produced in this with this method, I don't know what kind of particles they are.
Is that in your CH3 bottle?
Yes, that's in the CH3 bottle, and the CH3 bottle.
Yes, we understand that. That's not a problem. I explained to you why you have the white. The white particles are CO2, because you put the two jars next to each other, I presume.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because you still look at the physicality, because you don't have zinc plate on this one. You think it cannot happen, but in fact you have you're producing 2-3 different material at the same time in each jar.
Okay,
You
okay.
understand? Your copper winding on the right hand jar and your zinc on the other side, it still has created a field in the right hand jar. So that's what the whiting is. It's a CO2.
I have a question. I saw a connection between the zinc plate from the CO2 jar to the copper wire on the other jar that we didn't talk about.
Can I ask you a question? I would like you, this is part of the things I've been trying to teach. This is very significant what you're showing us. Could you please come next week and share it with us? Then we have time, because we are running out of time now.
Yes, it would be a pleasure.
Okay. Please, and do some more tests on the light. We'll have a look. And please, if you get intimidated, you're in Austria by these people, just ignore it. Send us the report. We hand it over to the authorities. Thank you very much indeed. It's beautiful what you're showing, and we'll see what we can do. Thank you very much for today. Are you sure you can come back next week to show us?
Yes, I will show this to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for teaching today. Thank you indeed for sharing knowledge. Please remember, we are here to change the course of humanity, not a few videos. We have shown the cancer today, and cancer research at the moment is one of our priorities to accomplish with the World Health Authorities in a physical show. And we've shown something today. We can show more changes with the cancers and the other things. If you would like to join in different researches, we have to be ready for it. A lot of you are doing a lot of work, but as a foundation and the human resources, we are not ready for. Do not give up. Carry on till the day we are mature enough to join your intellect. Join us and teach us, and we teach each other. And if you are suffering from cancer and you think the Keshe Foundation work can work, please send the email to doctors at the Spaceship Institute. We need to bring a lot to stop a lot. And we need the large numbers that the FDA officials and other health authorities can see the difference, that it becomes part of the structure. So a lot is happening we cannot disclose, but we'll let you know further on. I wish on one note, and I finish on one note. My wish is the end of the state of Israel as a state, but as district of the world government. Like United States will be a district, like Iran and the rest, where we work as one nation for the betterment of human race. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And that'll be the end of the 157th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, February 2nd, 2017. And thank you everybody for attending, and we'll be back next week, same time. Okay, we'll end the live stream.